Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Welcome to Consider Islam. Live with Kenny Bomer, an affiliate and founder of the Consider This TV network. Any views, actions, or comments made by panelists during this broadcast do not necessarily reflect the views or opinions of CTTV network hosts or affiliates. This channel and its affiliates do not claim any right over any of the graphics, images, or songs used in this video that are protected under copyright by other individuals or organizations. All rights are reserved to the respective copyright owners. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Non-profit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. The works on this channel are protected under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, DMCA, of 1998, which amended the existing U.S. copyright law to address important parts of the relationship between copyright and the Internet. Now here is your host, Kenny Bomer.
Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon everyone who's watching. My name is Kenny Bomer. This is Consider Islam Live with Kenny Bomer. And I do bear witness there's no God other than Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his final servant and the seal of all prophets. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Have Brother C.L. Edwards here with me. Assalamu alaikum, brother. You're on mute. Let me unmute you there. I think there you go.
Okay. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. All right, so we're going to be talking about missionary Taqiyyah today, manufacturing the lies. This is happening in countries all over the world, as a matter of fact. I got just a quick story I can tell about a missionary that I've dealt with this past week, just a couple of days ago. Just a quick story about that. But Brother CL is going to guide us through this topic. He's been reading up on some things and studying about these missionaries and what they're up to and so forth. So he's going to break it all down for us. And so I'm looking forward to hearing what he's got to say about that. I just want to mention just quickly before we get started with that, this weekend I'll be engaging in two different debates in Dallas, Texas, live and in person, two in-person debates during the DebateCon 2022. This is going to be the first time that this DebateCon is happening. It's a weekend event with numerous debates. And just so happens my debate is with Tom Jump, an atheist by the name of Tom Jump, is the very first debate that kicks off the event at 10 a.m. on this Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. And you can watch that live on Modern Day Debate, the channel Modern Day Debate. If you'd like to watch that at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time this Saturday, inshallah. But later that day, I'll be engaging in basically a pay-per-view event with David Wood, because obviously they're charging people to get in to the live event in person. They're selling tickets for that. But also I noticed that they're charging people $1.99 to watch that live on YouTube, and I kind of wish they didn't do that. But anyways, that's what they're doing. And so but that debate will be later in the day on Saturday, January the 15th, this coming Saturday at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. And we will be debating the topic, was Muhammad's marriage to Aisha immoral? Was Muhammad's marriage to Aisha immoral? So be sure to tune into that. You can watch that again on Modern Day Debate. The debate topic with the atheist Tom Jump, I forgot to mention, is Islam or atheism, which is the solution for society? And so I'm looking forward to both of these debates. Been doing a lot of preparation, so I haven't been doing any shows because of that, because it takes a lot to prepare for one debate, much less two debate with two very well-known debaters. As a matter of fact, Tom Jump is a very well-known atheist debater, And of course, everyone knows who David Wood is based on what he does consistently in his nonsense. So we're going to deal with that. But I do want to say assalamu alaikum to everyone in the chat. Be sure to hit subscribe, like, and share. And also tune into all the channels on the Consider This TV network. This is a multi-channel network. And Brother C.L. Edwards has his own channel, C.L. Edwards. So make sure you subscribe to his channel as well as the rest of the channels associated with the network. So with that being said, I do want to say once again, thank you to the book launch team for helping with the release of the second edition of my book, Consider Islam Disproving the Patriots of Propaganda. If you're not, listen, if you've tried to leave a review on Amazon just quickly and you're unable to do so, the reason being is you have to be an Amazon customer. They require that for people to leave reviews on products that are sold through Amazon, they have to spend at least $50 US. I don't know what it is everywhere else, but you have to spend at least $50 US. So I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just telling you that's probably what the issue is. If you've tried to leave a review and they say that you cannot do so, that's the reason. But there's another avenue we can go. I'll try to share a link for another platform called Goodreads. You can leave a review there if you'd like. I'll try to post that during the show. But with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the show and turn it over to Brother C.L. Edwards. And again, he's going to be discussing Missionary Taqiyyah, the manufacturing of lies of these Christian missionaries that travel all over the world doing what they do. And so, brother, we'll turn it over to you. Assalamu alaikum to you once again. And let's proceed with that. Yeah, alhamdulillah.
Wa alaikum salam. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I begin with the name of the Supreme Being in the Arabic language, which would be Allah, who is the most merciful and the most beneficent. We begin with his name, we honor his name, and we praise his name through our work and our effort that we do here for his sake and for the sake of the propagation of Islam, for the clarification of what true, real Islam is, and to wipe away the misconceptions and lies that are leveled against al-Islam, to blind people's minds, blind people's eyes, and blind people's hearts from the reality that al-Islam is the true and the final word and religion for all of mankind. It is the key and the way to salvation and to eternal bliss in the paradise of Almighty God that he has prepared in the afterlife for each and every one of those who submit their will to him. And they followed the last and final guidance that was revealed to the last and final prophet and messenger, Muhammad ibn Abdullah. May Allah have mercy upon him, who left us a treasure trove of spiritual wisdom and knowledge found in the Quran and in the authentic hadith. So now that we begin with this, let's get into the program here. Now, if you are familiar with internet apologetics, as it's called, you're familiar with dialogue, interfaith dialogue, religious dialogue, debates, arguments, whatever is going on, different things are happening online. You've probably heard a word over and over again called Taqiyyah. Now, the charge that's leveled against Muslims and al-Islam is that there is a religious belief called Taqiyyah, which is basically lying on behalf of Allah. That it's the religious duty of a Muslim to lie in order to deceive non-Muslims, especially Christians, and to use this Taqiyyah to commit acts of terrorism, to infiltrate Christian nations and infiltrate Christian governments, to sway the minds of Christian people, to make them think that Islam is a peace-loving religion that is not out to harm them. In reality, what the Muslims are actually doing is plotting jihad against the forces of Judeo-Christianity to overthrow it and to plunder it and conquer the world for Islam with the sword. This is what we're told over and over again by the patriots of propaganda. But we need to examine this very closely, and we need to examine it um, and look at the evidence. And we need to use a rational, reasonable mind, and we need to examine the claims. Because, see, anyone can make a claim. Anyone can make a claim. But to prove the claim is a whole other affair. And even if you present what you believe to be evidence, the evidence still has to be scrutinized. And once the evidence is scrutinized, then we see what the truth really is. So, number one, let's start off with this concept of Taqiyyah, that there's this religious duty upon Muslims to deceive purposely Christians to advance Christianity. I'm sorry, to advance Islam over Christianity. Is that a real thing in the Quran? Is that something that's real in the Hadith? Well, in reality, you don't find this in the Quran, and you do not find this in the Hadith. Now, the scholars of Al-Islam, some of the greatest scholars of Al-Islam from the past and even in the present, they have spoken on this. Scholars like Ibn Taymiyyah, Al-Qurtubi, many other scholars have spoken about this issue of Taqiyyah. And this is what they have said. They said that one, this idea of Taqiyyah being a religious obligation on a Muslim to purposely deceive people and to hide their intentions in order to advance some religious or political objective is not a belief of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, which sounds like a complicated word, but basically it's a long form of Sunni Islam, which is what the majority of the Muslims on the earth adhere to and claim. It's the religion of the Quran. It's the faith of the authentic Hadith. It's the tradition of the Muslim scholarship over the last 1400 plus years. Now, what these scholars have said, may Allah have mercy upon them, is that this type of deception on purpose, it has been a hallmark of certain devious sects inside the Islamic Ummah. Number one being 12er Shiaism. That this they have said that this is a part of 12er Shiaism, but this is not a part of Sunni Islam. In Sunni Islam, from the proofs of the Quran and the Sunnah, the authentic Sunnah, what you have is the ability or the option for a believer, if they are faced with grave danger and grave physical death or great harm that they cannot bear, they can conceal their Islam. Again, there's a distinction. The distinction is the purpose is not to deceive the non Muslim in order to achieve some type of victory over them or achieve some type of some objective. Actually, it's the other way around. It's the Muslim being put into a situation where their life is threatened or they're going to receive great bodily harm, and they have the option to conceal their Islam in order to save life and limb. As far as the accusation that's put forward by enemies of al-Islam that this is some religious obligation to deceive people on purpose, Ibn Taymiyyah says in Majmu' al-Fatawa, he says this after explaining that that's actually the belief of the 12er Shia. He says, but Taqiyyah is one of the signs of hypocrisy. In fact, in their case, they say verbally that which is not in their hearts. And this is the essence of hypocrisy. See, a hypocrite is not an actual Muslim. It's only a person who pretends to be Muslim. A person, according to Ibn Taymiyyah, who would purposely lie in order to deceive people, even people who are not Muslim, even Christians, for some type of evil objective, is regarded as a hypocrite. In other words, they're not truly Muslim. And other scholars have said made similar statements as Ibn Taymiyyah. May Allah have mercy upon him. I would suggest, if you really want to read something in detail about this, there is a fatwa on islamqa.info. It's fatwa number 178975. Again, that's 178975. It goes into great detail explaining the word taqiyyah and the differences between what the Shia call taqiyyah and what Sunni Islam refers to as taqiyyah. And you see the distinction. So when the enemies of al-Islam and the enemies of the Muslims try to take this belief of hypocrites and they try to pin it on Islam and all the Muslims, what is that about? Well, that's a form of taqiyyah in itself, but it's not the taqiyyah that they try to propagate. It's their own Christian, their own missionary taqiyyah. Yeah, so if you didn't understand this, that in psychology, it's very, very well known that many times if an individual is inflicted with something psychologically, or they feel guilt about something, one of the ways they try to compensate for that is to accuse others of what they themselves do. And this is the reality, that in reality, I'm going to show you in great detail with tons of information and evidence that it's Christian missionaries who engage in purposeful deceit and lying of non-Christians, and specifically Muslims in this case, in order to try to achieve an objective of getting them to leave Islam, of getting them to embrace Christianity, and turning the minds of the public away from seeing the reality of al-Islam and into demonizing Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna show this from an academic standpoint, and I'm going to show you this from the Bible itself, because this is not just a distortion of Christianity. It's something that's in the very text of the Bible from the person who I consider to be the very founder of Christianity, and that would be Paul, the so-called apostle. So I'm going to do a share, and I want you guys to take a look at a couple of things for me. So let me set the share up.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, please.
Make sure you hit subscribe, like, and share if you could, inshallah. And we'll say assalamu alaikum to the moderators in the chat and everyone else for that matter. Peace be upon you.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. All right. So.
Okay. You see this individual on the screen?
An imposter.
Yes. I was actually Facebook friends with this individual who called himself Sheikh Abdul Qadir.
Oops.
And this individual, he presented himself as a Muslim. He called himself a sheikh, which is among Muslims, it means a scholar or an older man. So he presented himself as an Islamic scholar, as a student of knowledge, as an imam. But in reality, this is the guy's reality. He had another profile on Facebook where he called himself Saved Kafir. And he said he was on a mission to help 1 billion Muslims escape the bondage of slavery to Allah and the false prophet Muhammad. So his methodology for quote unquote saving Muslims was to pretend to be Muslim. And he was basically starting arguments and debates among Muslims online about matters of fiqh, about matters of Aqidah, and Islamic jurisprudence. So he was turning Muslims against each other on Facebook, starting up arguments in order to create doubts in people's faith. And I'm most likely what he was doing was PMing people, private messaging people, and trying to give them the quote unquote gospel.
You know, brother, I think I came across this guy. And he was running some type of a scam, some kind of a money scam. I'm confident it was this guy. It's been a little while back, but I'm pretty sure it was this guy, and yeah. Anyway, so that's another issue, but still falls right into what you're talking about the Taqiyyah, the lying and trying to deceive people. So
Yes.
very interesting. And the thing is, this happens all the time. This is not something that I'll be honest, I've never come across any Muslims that are impersonating Christians, but I've come across many. And matter of fact, there's documented cases of people who are Christians that are impersonating and pretending to be Muslims, and so they're guilty of the very thing they're accusing the Muslims of. They're actually doing it themselves, and it's not just in that area; it's in many different areas. So I'll let you pick it back up.
Well, I'm going to show you in the rest of the audience that this isn't just the case of some rogue individuals. That this is actually a missiology. In missiology, the science of missions, this is the new missionary model of global Christianity. Let me repeat that. This is the new missionary model that is being put forward in the Christian world on how to evangelize Muslims and to infiltrate Muslim majority nations. Now, the old model of the old missionary model was called the imperial model. Now, by the name imperial, you can surmise that it's based on imperialism. It was based on colonization. These were missionaries who were sent out by Western European colonial powers into the lands that they had colonized. And then at one point, almost the whole entire Muslim Ummah, the whole entire Muslim lands were colonized by Western Europeans. I heard in one lecture, a brother said that maybe at one point in the 1800s, almost 90 to 95% of Muslim majority land was occupied and colonized by Western Europeans. And part of their strategy for holding control over Muslims and Muslim lands was missionary work in Christianity. So religion was weaponized by Western Europeans in order to dominate and control and to not just convert the souls of the people that they colonize, but to convert their minds, to convert their culture, to convert their whole entire way of life in order to be a reflection of themselves, because they saw themselves as being superior, the superior race upon the earth. And anyone who was not them was deemed automatically to be inferior. And you look inside their writings, they thought that they were doing the non-white, non-European, non-Christian peoples of the world a favor by sending their armies, and by sending not just their armies of soldiers with guns and cannons, but they sent armies of missionaries with Bibles. So they not only colonized and subjugated and enslaved the bodies of people, of human beings, they enslaved their minds and their hearts and their souls to essentially what is white Jesus. Now, the Christian world has been convinced that the Great Commission is failing. And many believe the problem is this imperial model. Now, to get you a better background on what this whole imperial model is and what it means to us today, I want to show you a couple of quick clips that I put together a few months ago. So, again, from the sharing, the first video I'm going to play for you is Who Was Carl Fander? Now, if anyone keeps up with the Dawa scene, you may recognize that name, Carl Fander, because it's actually the name of a modern day missionary group that targets Muslims. And you can find these people at Speaker's Corner in the UK. Jay Smith, the infamous Jay Smith, he named his organization after Carl Fander. That's because missionaries see Carl Fander as the grandfather of Christian missionary work to Muslims. So let's take a look at the video and let's get an idea of who this individual was. And I'll hit play on this. Can you hear anything?
No, brother. You might have to make sure you hit the audio whenever you do the screen share.
Hold on, let me go back here.
Okay. You may have to
Give
go
me a
out
second.
and then come back in with it.
Let me stop the screen share and let's start it over again. Screen share. One second, I want to make sure that the audio plays. All right. All right,
All
let's
right.
try this one more time.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the audio's still not playing.
Maybe send me the link on WhatsApp, and maybe I can play it if.
Okay, I'm gonna send you the link in the private.
Oh yeah, or either there as well.
See if you can play it with the audio.
Right.
That's the first clip.
All right, let's see what we got here. All right, so let me just open up another screen here.
Okay.
Or another tab, rather. I've got so many of them.
Yeah, I know. You start getting all these tabs and mess around.
You want me to?
Computer slow.
You want me to play it from a certain spot or?
From the beginning.
From the beginning? Okay, all right. All right, so let me go back to, bear with me 1 second. Let me get back to the platform here.
Okay.
Share. All right, there it is. All right, let's see what we've got.
Okay.
All right, so here we go.
Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. Hey.
Yeah, I see it spinning.
Yeah.
What's going on? I was just sitting here reading this missionary handbook.
Brother, try it again from your side, inshallah, because it may be that I just have too many tabs, and it may just but just make sure you hit that little square on the left-hand corner when you go to share screen. Make sure you hit that little box. There's a little bitty box there that you have to click to make sure the sound the audio plays. So I'm going to pull mine out and let you try it. Let me try it one more time.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work on my side. I've got too much going on over here. So, okay.
Yeah. Let's try this one more time. I don't see a little box.
Yeah, there should be a little box. It's before this, so before you actually choose your screen that you want to share, there's a little box in the left-hand corner. It says audio. You have to click that.
I'm gonna stop it and try it again because I did not see anything like that.
Yeah, it's so small. I don't know why they make it that small, but it's in the very left-hand corner there. Whenever you go to pick the screen that you want.
Okay.
It's a little bitty thing.
Okay, I'm looking. I swear I don't see it.
Hmm.
Let me try to play it in a different browser.
Okay.
Maybe it's because it's Firefox. Who knows?
Yeah, you know when you first hit the when you first hit the share screen,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll pop up and it'll show you which windows you want to choose from.
Mm-hmm.
Right down there where it says share and cancel on the right hand side, if you look just straight across there, it'll say share system audio.
Hmm.
Where it says, up at the top, it says choose what to share,
Mm-hmm.
entire screen, window, or Chrome tab, and so forth. At the very bottom there, it'll say share system audio.
Okay. So let's give this one more. We're going to give it one more try.
Okay.
Hopefully, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
We apologize for the technical issue here. We're just trying to get this video to play here in a moment. And let's see what we've got. All right. So there we are. And you may have to just switch to, there you go.
Still don't hear any audio. Okay.
Did you see that little square at the bottom?
No, I did not see any square.
No.
Did not show anything. And I honestly looked all over that screen to see if I can see it. So
yeah, it's when you very first hit share.
Mm-hmm.
It's at the very bottom there. At the very bottom.
Yeah, I definitely looked to see if I can see something like that, and it did not show anything like that at all. Like you click on share, screen sharing tips, you click on share screen, it gives you the options of what you can share, entire screen, window, Chrome tab.
At the very bottom of what you're looking at now, before you go to actually hit the share button, all the way to the left, right there at the same, just parallel to that.
Well, actually, I was using the Windows option, so let's try it from the Chrome tab option.
Yeah.
Let's see if this works.
Okay. All right.
One second.
There it is.
The British.
You can hear it?
Now it's working. Yeah.
In the strike.
Okay. I can't hear it, but I trust you.
Hey, what's going on?
Can everyone in the chat hear it? I can hear it.
Handbook for converting Muslims to
Let us know if you can hear that video in the chat, inshallah.
Like this one by Nabil Qureshi. But do you know who was one of the grandfathers of anti-Muslim Islamophobic
so they can
colonizer missionary work? An arch colonizer missionary by the name of Carl Fander, born in Germany, part of the Church Missionary Society, and author of Mizan ul Haq and other well-known books. He was well-versed in the languages of the Persians and in the Arabic language. He was a missionary in the Caucasus region. He went to Iran, Iraq. He ended up going to India and eventually went to Constantinople in Turkey. The arguments in his book that he revolutionized are still used to this day by other arch colonizer missionaries such as Sam Shamoun and David Wood, J. Smith, and others like them. Even J. Smith named his organization after Fander. In 1854, Fander engaged in a debate with a Muslim scholar by the name of Rahmatullah Karanawi in India. He was being supported by other missionaries who were there at the time and by the servants of the British East Indian Company and Indians who had converted to Christianity. If you didn't know, the British East Indian Company was formed in the 1600s by the British, in simple terms, to exploit and extract wealth out of South Asia for colonizers in England. Seized control of a large part of India, colonized Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, even up into the Persian Gulf. This marriage between colonizer and Christian missionary is nothing strange. As the saying goes, first comes the missionaries with the Bible, and then when the indigenous people accept that Bible, then comes the colonizer with the gun, and then they lose their land and their natural resource. You read Fander's writings, it's clear that he was a original Islamophobe who didn't even have the respect to call the religion Islam, using the terms Mohammedism. He was a true Orientalist, well steeped in the attitudes of Europeans during his time, mainly the attitude of Eurocentricity and white supremacy. It wouldn't even have occurred to him and others like him that non-Anglo-Saxon people from the East could know the truth or be upon the correct path or have anything that they could learn from.
Okay, so that was a video on Carl Fander, Pfander. If anyone wants to look that individual up for themselves, then I encourage you to do that, so you can understand where this Islamophobia comes from, where all this, these arguments and critiques about the Quran and the Sunnah and about Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, all the different, cliches that you keep hearing over and over again by individuals on YouTube and off of YouTube. Where does it all originate from? Well, one of the individuals it originates from is that person, Carl Fander, who is, one of the architects of the Imperial Model. Now I'm going to show yet another video for you guys about another individual who is very well known, and he was one of the architects of this Imperial Model by the name of Zweimer, if I'm pronouncing that name correctly. Samuel Zweimer. And I think there's another Christian apologist who's active on YouTube and social media who names his ministry after him as well. An individual, I think you debated. Who's the minister from Australia? What's his name?
Rudolph Bischoff?
Not him.
Samuel Green.
Samuel Green. I believe his ministry is named after this individual, if I recall correctly.
Really? Okay. Wow.
Okay.
That says a lot.
Well, like I said, these are the architects of these guys, what these guys do. Yeah, so I'm going to play the video and audio for you guys.
Samuel M. Zweimer. It's actually two books. One book that he wrote in 1905 entitled The Muslim Doctrine of God. I say Muslim because that's the way it's spelled. And another book he wrote in 1912 entitled The Muslim Christ. He was a part of the Dutch Reformed Church, and he founded a missionary society called the Arabian Mission. He was known as the Apostle to Islam. So it's clear from my reading that many of the popular arguments and polemic arguments against Islam that you hear on the internet, on TV, from missionaries out in the field, they originate with these two books. The idea that Muslims worship a different God than Jews and Christians, the idea that Muslims worship the black stone, the idea that Allah was a pagan god, he was Baal, or he was the Kaaba, or the idea that Allah, he can't interact with the creation because he's a monad, that Allah doesn't have a moral backing, Islam fails to have any morality to it. All these arguments that you hear all the time, even on Fox News at this point, originated with this individual, Samuel Zweimer. The thing about it is, every single page is full of speculations. Each one of the arguments I named off are all based on him speculating. It seems as if it could be, some say, but Christians today have taken his words and his ideas and speculations, and now they repeat them as absolute established facts. To give you an example of just one of the blunders that he has, and there are blunders on every single page. He says, God is unique as well as a unit and has to relate to any creation that partakes of his resemblance. The statement in Genesis that man was created in the divine image is to the Muslim blasphemy. No, it ain't. No. As far as I understand, there are two authentic hadith speaking about Adam being made in the image of Allah. The difference is, what does that actually mean? See, to Muslims, it means something completely different than what your average Christian would say. But the idea that Adam was made in the image of Allah is not an alien, blasphemous, weird idea that Muslims don't know anything about. But see, Swimmer, because of his prejudice and his own particular arrogance that he thinks he's a scholar of Al-Islam, he simply didn't know what he didn't know. He suffered from the same disease that Fander suffered from. The presupposition that these Eastern people can't possibly know anything.
Okay. So I played those for you guys so you can get the historical background on where this stuff comes from. Where did it originate from? Those individuals, in those videos, Fander and Zwimmer, those were some of the intellectual heads, some of the masterminds who created, Islamophobia as we know it, and they were funded, by the imperial powers of the Western world, and they recruited other missionaries and spread that ideology around the world.
Now notice, if you don't mind, brother, let me just intervene just for 1 second, because they try to make this distinction. It's xenophobia. This distinction between the West and the East, and trying to suggest that the West is somehow better than the people of the East, right? Us Christian white people over here predominantly, and then better than those dark-skinned people over there that think differently than we do. And lo and behold, what I want to read just a very short paragraph, because it coincides exactly with what you're saying about this blueprint that these guys that you're talking about have set in place, that these other guys are following suit. So in 2009, there was an article published on a very well-known anti-Muslim website by a very well-known antagonist of Islam. And what is the very first thing that he says? For the Western mind, perhaps the most disturbing fact about Islam is that its founder had a sexual relationship with a 9-year-old girl. And because of this, it's become increasingly popular in some circles to refer to the Prophet of Islam as a pedophile. This is, of course, extremely offensive to Muslims who view Muhammad as the ideal servant of God and as the greatest example of what a man should strive to be. That's the end of the quote, right? But look at all the bigotry and all the hypocrisy and all of the prejudice that's embedded in that. For the Western mind, that's implying that the people in the East are somehow less than the people in the West. Perhaps the most disturbing fact, it's a quote-unquote fact, it's not a fact. We're going to address that in the debate on Saturday, inshallah. But notice what it says. It has become increasingly popular in some circles to refer to the Prophet as a pedophile. Now, what circles are we talking about? We're talking about the circles of bigots and hypocrites and hate mongers and Islamophobes and so forth, xenophobes, that are following the example of these guys, these guys that you're talking about, that set this blueprint in motion, this map in motion for them to follow suit. And that's exactly what they're doing, making the distinction between the West and the East. These people over here versus those people over there, us good guys over here against them over there, the holier than thou versus, the people over there, the bad guys. It's an ongoing, it's repetitious, and, it falls right in line with what you're saying. And I just wanted to touch base and mention that because, them making the distinction between the West and the East so often, as though all of our creators people, aren't somehow equal, or that some are better than the others based on their race or based on the nation that they come from, is just prejudiced beyond and bigoted beyond words. And I'll let you pick it up from there, brother. I just thought that was very interesting that they're actually following that same course of action.
Oh, no doubt about it. So now we're at a crossroads, and the Christians are at a crossroads. You see, the thing is, as much time, effort, and money was put into the imperial model of imperial missionary model. Christian scholars have had to publicly say, to save face, is that it was a complete utter failure. So as much as Zwingli and Fender are held up to be great missionaries who did a quote unquote great work for Christ, as they say, and it also has to be admitted that in all the years that they traveled through the Middle East and all their times giving lectures and doing debates, because Fender has some of the first recorded modern day, Christian Muslim debates, and this is back in the late 1800s in India. As much as they did this, they failed. They converted very few people. They had very few, a very small influence in the societies that they went into. This and I think this was on purpose because I believe that the European powers who funded these people and sent these missionaries out really weren't that concerned about the souls of people in India or Turkey or Egypt or Nigeria or any of these places. They were more concerned with worldly things, which was keeping control over these populations. So they may not have been successful in getting, um, large amounts of people to quote unquote confess Jesus and be saved, but they did put a intellectual spell over the Muslim world through colonization and through this missionary program of the imperial model. Now, because missionary organizations and scholars have admitted that it was a failure for the last almost 100 years now, since the 1920s, there's been an ongoing back and forth debate about, if we're not going to do the imperial model, what should we be doing? Now, before I get into that, let me give you some quotes from actual Christian scholars defining and speaking about this imperial model. Quote number one: first of all, how do we do mission? The predominant imperial traditional missiology focuses on the recruitment of a career missionary who are sent out from middle class churches to plant their churches, i.e., denominational, model in less developed regions regions from a position of wealth and control and power. This is a quote by David S. Lim, PhD. Now, the imperial model is related to Western imperialism. It is related to colonization, and at one point, almost the whole entire Muslim majority lands were colonized. It was the missionary model to Muslims which included Christian apologetics and the critique of Islam. So Christian apologetics and the critique of Islam as we see it today comes out of this imperial model, as we said earlier. The imperial model is related to Orientalism. And to understand this, you have to also understand Orientalism. So if you had the imperial model as the religious arm of propaganda against Muslims and Islam, Orientalism was the academic weapon used against Muslims and used against al-Islam. So all types of prejudice and racial tropes about Muslim people were um, were were championed and they tried to prove these using false science. So Orientalism became very popular at the same time as you saw other so-called fields of science like scientific racism became popular also in the 1800s in the Western world. Now, listen to this quote. Christian missionary activity was centered to the work of European colonialism, providing British missionaries and their supporters with a sense of justice and moral authority. Throughout the history of imperial expansion, the missionary proselytation offered the British public a model of civilized expansionism and colonial community management, transforming the imperial projects into moral allegories. Missionary activity was, however, unavoidable, implemented in either covert or explicit cultural change. It sought to transform the indigenous communities into imperial archetypes of civility and modernity by remodeling the individual, the community, and the state through Western Christian philosophies. In the British Empire, in particular in what is historically known as the Second Era of British imperialism, approximately between 1784 and 1867, the missionary activities were frequently involved with the initial steps of imperial expansion. A heightened sense of religiosity in Britain at this time ensured the Christianization was seen as a crucial part of the colonizing and civilizing projects of the 18th and 19th centuries. As Jamie Scott notes, at the middle of the 19th century, under the double axis of the Bible and the flag, governments, merchants, explorers, and adventurers were exploiting the aura of the ethnic responsibility lent by religion to every effort to carry British civilization into the breadth of the whole world. This is a quote by Anna Johnston from her book Missionary Writings in Empire, 1800 to 1860, published by Cambridge University. You know, she makes it clear what the motivation of the imperial model is. And I will stand forth and say that that was not only the motivation of the imperial model back then, but the neo-imperial model that is being used today has the same exact motivations. And that motivation is the idea of the superiority of Western civilization and Western people over indigenous people across the world, over non-European people across the world, and over people who don't have cultural Christianity.
Yeah.
And this neo-imperialism is Islamophobia. It is anti-Muslim sentiment. It is anti-Islamic sentiment. It is the Islamophobia industry that we see today. It's a bastardization of the imperial model. The majority of mainline Christian thinkers, missionary organizations, and those who fund missionary work aimed at Muslims are embarrassed by the imperial model. And they have no confidence in the imperial model. And they are struggling to create either a new model or a hybrid model. They openly admit all the efforts of the imperial model have failed. Yet at the same time, many of them still look back fondly at that time period. Now, here's another quote from David S. Lim, PhD. The AD 2000 movement envisioned this closure when they convened the Global Congress on World Evangelism, GCOWE, in 1995 in Seoul, Korea. At that time, I predicted that it was a mission impossible because almost all the participants still used the traditional mission paradigm to extend Christendom, though what I called imperial or denominational missions, instead of incarnational or integrated or transformational missions. If we do not make this missional paradigm shift, I'm afraid I've got to also repeat my pessimism that mission impossible, that this is a mission impossible by 2025. As Einstein said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So what David Lim is talking about is there is a missionary goal called 80-20. This goes back into the 90s, even back as my research back into the 70s, where they, the missionary organizations of the world, set forth a goal that they would cover the globe with missionaries, and that they would touch every single people group, every single land, every single village, every single ethnicity. They would evangelize them by 2025. And what David Lynn was saying back in 1995 at this World Convention of Missionaries was that he was pessimistic about the outcome of them reaching this goal, because so many missionaries and missionary groups were clinging to the imperial model, when he wanted them to have a paradigm shift into what he called incarnational missionary work. And we're gonna look at what he calls incarnational. Is actually called different names by different individuals. This incarnational model is also called contextualization or syncretism by some. And another version of this is called the insider movement. This is very important. If you really want to know more about this, take notes and look up this concept, the insider movement. That picture I showed you of that individual who was on Facebook pretending to be a Muslim imam, that is a perfect example of the insider movement. Now, let me give you a definition of the insider movement. This is according to godquestions.org, which is a Christian apologetics website. The expression of religion is the point where Western Christians have the greatest problem with the insider movement. First, a little background. The insider movement concept is most common among missionaries to Muslim nations. The integration of a church into a culture can be designated by the labels C1 to C6. At one extreme is C1, which refers to the completely non-integrated westernized church with traditional hymns, English speakers in the midst of a native culture. At the other end is C6, which refers to a small group of believers who keep their faith secret for fear of persecution, as they say. C1 through C5 are differed by increasing acceptance of cultural norms, such as language, dress, and worship style, with the gradual addition of religious practices, such as dietary laws, and the use of native religious terms, such as Allah. C5 is the most controversial level, as worshipers still identify themselves culturally and even religiously by their national religion, although they claim their salvation is through Jesus. Advantages include the potential to witness to friends and family in a non-threatening way and a limited change in lifestyle. So let me give you the breakdown on that quote in plain language. So in this new missionary model that is supposed to replace the imperial model, which some people call the insider movement or incarnational missionary work, there are different levels of this. And C5 being the most controversial, C5 means that a person in a Muslim land will apostatize from Islam and claim they will believe in the Trinity, believe in Jesus as their personal Lord and Savior, as their God, the whole bit. But they won't inform anyone, not even their family members. In fact, I've seen examples where the person won't even inform their spouse. And if they're asked, they will tell people, I am a Muslim. They will continue to go to the masjid. They will continue to make salat. They will continue to fast Ramadan, or participate in the Eids, and live their life as a Muslim, while at the same time secretly being a Christian, and at the same time secretly looking for people that they can get into secret conversations with in order to, quote unquote, give them the gospel. That's the new missionary model for today. Wow. So you have two missionary, the old missionary model, the imperial model, and this new model which you can call contextualization, syncretism, the insider movement, incarnational missionary work. Now check this out. Now listen to this quote. Syncretism. Galen Van Rehen, Dr. Galen Van Rehen says, syncretism cannot be defined without the understanding of contextualization, since the two processes are interrelated. Another quote, syncretism occurs when Christian leaders accommodate, either consciously or unconsciously, to the prevailing plausibility structures or worldviews of their culture. Syncretism then is the conscious or unconscious reshaping of the Christian plausibility structures, beliefs, and practices through cultural accommodation so that they reflect those of the dominant culture. Or stated in other terms, syncretism is the blending of Christian beliefs and the practice with those of the dominant culture so that Christianity loses its distinctiveness and speaks with a voice reflective of its culture. Now that's a whole nother level of this insider movement, which is called syncretism, where you take on the languages and the practices of one religion and you accommodate them for Christianity. So you can take the Quran and you can use it to proselytize people to Christianity. You can use the language of the Quran. You can use the Arabic language. You can use Fusha. You can use whatever languages that people in Muslim majority nations are using and use the terms that would be used by Muslims. But what you really mean is Christianity. So you say Allah, but in reality, you're talking about the Trinity. You say Isa ibn Maryam, but you don't mean Isa, the true Isa ibn Maryam, peace be upon him. You mean God the Son, the incarnate God of the New Testament. You can use words like Sharia, fiqh, Jinnah, all these terms that we are familiar with as Muslims, but you give them a whole entire different meaning while in Islamic garb, while being in the masjid, while making salah, while fasting with the Muslims. But you're basically a secret agent in the midst of the Muslims, and you're plotting against the Muslims to do what that individual I showed you at the beginning of the podcast was doing.
Yeah, Allah mentions
fights.
Allah mentions these people in the Quran that says that it says that the hypocrites will say that when they're with the believers that we're with you, but when they're alone with their evil ones, they say that we're really with you. We're only mocking the believers.
Yes.
Oh, the Quran. This is these very people.
Yes, it is. There's nothing new about this.
Yeah.
There's nothing new about this. In fact, I wish I would have found the video before now, but it just occurred to me. Jay Smith, the individual who we said earlier, who named his organization after Fander, there's a video I saw where he himself said while he was doing missionary work in a Muslim land, he told people he was Muslim.
Yeah, I remember seeing that as well.
You remember seeing that?
Yes.
So that's contextualization. That's the insider movement. So a person like Jay Smith, they code switch. They go back and forth. So when he's on YouTube and he's on ABN or he's doing the live cast with David Wood and Sam Shimon, he's using the Imperial Model where he's attacking Muslims and he's attacking Islam and he's using foul language and accusations against the Prophet and against, peace be upon him, and the Quran and the Sunnah. That's the Imperial Model. But when he's out in the missionary field in the Muslim lands, he's a secret agent pretending to be Muslim and trying to befriend people and win their trust while pretending to be Muslims, so he can stir up doubts in that person's heart and maybe get them to leave Islam. In fact, this missionary model is being used in America. Wallahi, I swear by Allah, and I don't do that often. I've seen it and heard it with my own two eyes. When I was a Christian apologist, I was at missionary conferences where they talked about this. There are missionaries in Dearborn, Michigan. And if they're missionaries in Dearborn, Michigan, I know there are missionaries everywhere else. There are missionaries in Chicago. There are missionaries in Houston, Dallas, in Atlanta, New York, anywhere else that there are large populations of Muslims in America and in Canada as well, Toronto, Quebec. There are Christian missionaries who are implanted there. They're being paid. Their expenses are being paid. They look as if they're just your neighbor. They live there, but they're actually missionaries. Now, some of them are there. They're engaging in community activities. They're, inviting their neighbors over for dinner. The whole purpose is to evangelize the Muslims in that area. But even with the insider movement, the insider movement would even take that even further. Now you have individuals that are not just, just happen to be a Christian in a Muslim area. They're a Christian secretly while pretending to be Muslim right here in the United States of America and in Canada, in our masjids, in our Muslim communities, in our Muslim schools. You never know who it could possibly be. And then I try to stir up suspicion, because we're not supposed to be suspicious. You take a person at their word, but at the same time, you have to understand and know this reality that these individuals exist. They're individuals who are going around trying to befriend Muslims in order to evangelize them, and they will resort to pretending to be Muslim.
Yeah.
Allah Mustan. Now, let me give you a quote from someone who critiques the insider movement. This individual, George Husni, I believe you pronounce his name. This is one of the biggest missionaries to Muslims in North America, if not the whole entire world. He's Lebanese by descent. He was Muslim. He converted to Christianity. He heads up a organization I believe is called Horizons. Horizons trains missionaries. They send out missionaries, and I think once a year, because I attended it back when I was a Christian. I attended twice. They have a nationwide, a big missionary conference where they have speakers who evangelize Muslims, who come and they teach people techniques on how to get Muslims to leave Islam and come into Christianity. Listen to what he says on his website. Speaking about the insider movement, he says, this popular misconception has been responsible for much malpractice of missionaries to Muslims. Some have concluded that becoming a Muslim to Muslims is the God-given strategy to win Muslims. Let me repeat that. This is one of the biggest missionaries to Muslims there is. This is what he calls this insider movement. This popular misconception has been responsible for much malpractice of missionaries. Malpractice of missionaries who believe they must become Muslims to Muslims, and that's a God-given strategy. And he made this in an article where he critiques certain Christians' understanding of a passage by Paul, the so-called apostle, which is very famous, where Paul says, to the Jew, I became as a Jew, and to the one not under the law, I became as one not under the law. That's the basis of this insider movement.
Yeah.
SubhanAllah.
Imposters and liars, man. And then accusing the Muslims of doing exactly what they're doing. Accusing the Muslims of doing exactly what they're doing.
Now listen to this other quote from George Husni. A few years ago, the international director of a large missionary agency told me personally that if he was asked, "Are you Muslim?" then in good conscience he would say yes. But who's doing Taqiyyah? Who's doing Taqiyyah here? We're told Taqiyyah is a strategy, a strategy that's incumbent on people to lie about their religious orientation in order to deceive people. We're told Muslims do this, but Muslims, the real Muslims, don't do this. This is not from the people of the Sunnah. But we're seeing from the mouths of Christians themselves, Christian scholars, Christians in the know, not just some churchgoer. The Christian missionaries are doing this.
Yeah.
This is Christian Taqiyyah. Now, let's look at where Christian missionaries get this strategy from, because they get it out the Bible. They get it out the Bible. Now, the writer of Hebrews. Now, it was commonplace to say that Hebrews was written by Paul. Now, they had to back off of that because of critical scholarship has shown that the writer of Hebrews is completely unknown. Some people speculate that it's Apollos, but nobody actually knows who wrote Hebrews. But what the one thing the scholars do say is that the person sounded like Paul, and the person had the same ideology as Paul, and most likely could have been an associate of Paul or one of the disciples of Paul. Now, in Hebrews 7:18, we see, so the former commandment is set aside because it was weak and useless. The former commandment is set aside because it was weak and useless. And now what he's talking about is the Sharia of Moses, peace be upon him. The same Sharia that the gospel writers say Jesus claimed to have said, I have not come to do away with the law, but to fulfill it. Now, the writer of Hebrews says it's weak and useless. But even though the followers of Paul think that the law is weak and useless, what does Paul say? 1 Corinthians 9:19. I'm pulling it up as we speak now. Give me 1 second. Paul says in 1 Corinthians 9:19-23, for though I am free from all, I have made myself a servant to all, that I might win more of them. To the Jews, I have become a Jew, in order to win the Jews. To those under the law, I became as one under the law, though not being myself under the law, that I might win those under the law. To those outside the law, I became as one outside of the law, not being outside of the law of God, but under the law of Christ, that I might win those outside of the law. To the weak I became weak, that I might win the weak. I have become all things to all people, that by all means I might save some. I do it all for the sake of the gospel, that I may share with them in this blessing.
Sounds like a credo. That's what their creed. That's what they live by. That's what they've adopted. Yeah,
that is the biblical foundation for this new missionary model.
Yeah,
that the scholars of Christianity want the whole entire Christian world to adopt, and that multi-million-dollar Christian ministries, multi-million-dollar Christian missionary agencies are retraining their missionaries to go by with the insider movement, the contextualization movement. And their basis is this, that you can lie for Jesus. You're lying you're telling a lie. You're becoming all things to all people. You encounter the Muslim, you become a Muslim. To the fact that you'll go to the masjid with the Muslim and make salah with him in order to win him to Christ. Because deceiving the Muslim is such, we go back to the motivations of the imperial model here, where the architects of the imperial model saw themselves as being superior human beings and saw Muslims as inferior human beings. They see themselves as so superior and Muslims as so inferior that even though we're lying to you, it's not that bad, because we're lying for your sake. We're lying to help you.
We're doing you a favor by lying.
We're doing you a favor by lying to you.
Man,
yes.
Come on.
So even if we get you to leave Islam and come to Christianity through deception, we still did you a favor. We still did you a favor. SubhanAllah.
That's Paul. It's Paul speaking.
Yeah, that's the words and the ideology of Paul.
Yeah.
Now, if that's not clear enough, let's continue with exploring this in the Bible. Now, according to the writer of the book of Acts, which some say is Luke, and the same writer of the book of Luke, the Jerusalem Council agrees with Paul about circumcision concerning the Greeks, right? Not the Jews, but the Greeks. And this is in Acts 21, 17 to 25, where they supposedly agree, with James and the elders in Jerusalem agree with Paul that the Greeks don't have to become circumcised, correct? But then why is it that Paul has his protege Timothy, who is of mixed race, whose mother is not Jewish, and we know in Judaism, their Jewishness comes through the matriarchal line, through the mother. So Timothy, even though he's mixed, he's half Greek and half Jewish, his mother was not a Jew. She was a Gentile, a Greek. So Timothy is genetically he's mixed, but his religion has never been Judaism. And he's one of the disciples of Paul. And what does Paul have Timothy do? Paul has Timothy circumcised in order to deceive the Jewish believers in Jesus Christ. This can be found in Acts 16 and 3. Let's look at that passage real quickly. It says here, and Paul wanted to take him along on the journey. So he circumcised him because of the Jews who lived in that area, for they all knew that his father was a Greek. So this is deception.
Yeah.
He wanted. If you read the whole entire thing in context, you see that some of the apostles didn't want Timothy to go along on this missionary work. But Paul, he gets a workaround by getting Timothy circumcised, because Timothy wasn't circumcised because he lived his life as a Greek, someone not under the law. So this is more deception. Even though supposedly, according to the book of Acts, the same exact book, he goes to the Jerusalem Council to get permission so that Greek converts to Christianity don't have to get circumcised. They're not under the law. But we'll see, for the purpose of missionary work, he'll pretend that one of his disciples is under the law. But look at this. It also says that in Philippians 2:22, Timothy served Paul for the purposes of the gospel. Paul doesn't circumcise Titus. So in another portion of the Bible, there's another disciple of Paul named Titus. He doesn't get tight, even though the Judaizers, which is a derogatory name that Paul and the followers of Paul came up with for the real Christians, the real followers of Jesus, peace be upon him, the Jews who were zealous for the law, but they still believed Jesus was the Messiah. So they level charges against them. They call them, quote unquote, Judaizers, trying to get people circumcised, trying to make people follow the dietary laws, trying to make converts, adhere to the Sabbath. When they want Titus to get circumcised, he rebukes them and says that, Titus, he's not going to get Titus circumcised. So it all depends on circumstances, what Paul will and will not do. In one circumstance, when he's with Titus in the Greek lands, where he has the upper hand, he doesn't get Titus circumcised, and he rebukes the people who are following the law. But then when he's in another circumstance where he wants to work with some of the other apostles and go on and do missionary work with Timothy, he doesn't have the upper hand, so he plays along and he gets Timothy circumcised.
Wow.
But look at Paul himself. In Acts 21, Paul takes a vow under the law and goes to the temple, following the advice of the leaders of the Jerusalem council, namely James. That's so important. Let's take a look at that one. Let's take a look at this I don't know what else to call it, but the hypocrisy. So this is Acts 21, 23 to 26. So do what we tell you. Now, this is what James and the elders are saying to Paul. Do So do what we tell you. There are 4 men with us who have made a vow. Take these men, join in their purification rites, and pay their expenses so that they can have their heads shaved. Then everyone will know there is no truth in these reports about you, but that you yourself are living in obedience to the law. As for the Gentile believers, we have written to them our decision that they should abstain from food sacrificed to idols, from blood, and from the meat of strangled animals, and from sexual immorality. The next day, Paul took the men and purified himself along with them, and then they went to the temple to give notice of the date when the days of purification would end and the offering would be made for each of them. What kind of a mess is that? So Paul is, so in one hand, Paul is writing in his letters to his Greek followers about how the law is over with. The law is weak. He's teaching them that the law is useless and the law is weak. It can't bring any salvation. That if he even says in one, there's a passage that comes to mind, he even rebuked Greeks for getting circumcised, saying if you get circumcised, Christ is of no use to you. He says, in fact, I think that's so important, I need to look that up. 1 second.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's
no.
I don't know if you've done it yet, but make sure you hit subscribe, like, and share if you're watching right now. Make sure you hit subscribe, like, and share. And if you'd like to read my new book, the new second edition of the book, Consider Islam Disproving the Patriots of Propaganda, you can find it on Amazon. I just want to throw that in there, and we'll turn it back over to Brother CEO.
Yeah, I found the passage. This is Galatians 5:2, which is titled Freedom in Christ. It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm. So he's telling people to stand firm. It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm then, and do not be encumbered once more by a yoke of slavery. Take notice, I, Paul, tell you that if you let yourselves be circumcised, Christ will be of no value to you at all. Again, I testify to every man who gets himself circumcised that he is obliged to obey the whole law. So did that count with Timothy? Because he compelled Timothy to get circumcised. So did Timothy lose his salvation? Is Christ of no use to Timothy? Was Timothy at that point obliged to follow the whole entire law? And he's just talking about one point of the law, which is circumcision. What about the rest of the law that he himself followed? So he's in Jerusalem. There are, as the words are put in James' mouth by the writer of Acts, there are thousands of Jews who believe in the Messiah, Jesus, peace be upon him, and they're zealous for the law. But they've heard, I'm paraphrasing, they've heard that you, Paul, teach that you shouldn't follow the law. So this is what you should do. Go with these 4 men to the temple, shave your head, and make a vow. And at the end of the vow, make a sacrifice. So Paul does the exact opposite of what he's telling his followers to do in Galatians. He told them to stand firm. He told them not to put themselves under a yoke of slavery. And then he turns around and does it himself in order to avoid confrontation.
Yeah.
Even though, if you ever read that particular passage, it did turn into a confrontation because a riot broke out. But this is where these people are getting the go-ahead for this incarnational model of missionary work. So let's continue. Paul, Paul, over it many times, he brags about himself in order to defend himself against the so-called Judaizers. These are the Jewish followers of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, that are zealous for the law. So he tries to brag about himself in Philippians 3:5 to 3:5. Let's take a look at that particular passage. So I can soon we get the gist of it, and I can read it to you guys. He says, he was circumcised on the 8th day, of the people of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin, a Hebrew of Hebrews as to the law, a Pharisee, as to zeal, a persecutor of the church, as to righteousness under the law, blameless. This guy switches up depending on who his audience is, depending who he talks about. And you know, as a Christian, as someone in the church, you read all this stuff all the time, and it never occurs to you to ask questions, or it does occur to you, but you've been shamed so much and you've been put into a corner so much that you don't dare ask a question. Why doesn't this make sense? Why does this seem like a contradiction? Like, hold on. In one letter, Paul is telling people to stand firm and the law is useless and don't put yourself under the law. Christ will not be of any use to you. Then in another passage, he himself is following the law, and he himself is telling one of his disciples to do the exact opposite of what he's telling other people not to do. And then in another passage, he's bragging about how Jewish he is and how much of a Hebrew he is and how he got circumcised and how, you know, he's righteous. He was righteous under the law and blameless. The man says anything depending on the context, and that's the basis of contextualization, the contextual model, the new model of missionary work. Now, as far as all these claims about, you know, Paul being a Hebrew of Hebrews and he was a, you know, a Pharisee and all these things, all scholars of the Bible don't believe in all that. You know, I'm going to read you guys a quote. First of all, I want to read you a quote to let you get an idea of what it means to call yourself a Hebrew of Hebrews. What did it mean by Hebrew of Hebrews? Hebrews was a specific term that referred to Jews who spoke Aramaic and worshipped at a Hebrew-speaking congregation, as opposed to Hellenists who spoke and worshipped in Greek. A Hebrew of Hebrews indicates an Aramaic-speaking observant Jew whose parents were also Hebrews outside of the land in places such as Tarsus, a city located in what today is Turkey, where immigrants were seen to be more observant. This is a quote by F.F. Bruce from his book, Paul, Apostle of the Heart Set Free. So, when you call yourself a Hebrew of Hebrews, you're saying that you're an Aramaic-speaking observant Jew who keeps the law. This is an individual who lives among Greeks. This is an individual who wrote the majority of the New Testament in Greek. This is an individual who told his Greek disciples not to obey the law of Moses, not to follow the example of Jesus himself, because Christianity means to follow Christ. But he taught his disciples not to literally follow Christ, but to follow his mystical Christ that he saw on the road of Damascus, which is totally divorced from the actual physical, historical Christ, who was an Aramaic-speaking observant Jew. This is your Paul.
A.K. Manning, that's your Paul, A.K. Manning. So at some point, if you'd like to come join the panel and have a discussion with Brother CL on this issue, come and join us, inshallah. Not quite yet, but whenever the brother's done with his speaking about this.
Now, there's another scholar, Hayam McCoby, who wrote a book called Mythmaker, Paul and the Invention of Christianity. And he's one of the scholars who rejects everything Paul says. He rejects the idea that Paul was a Pharisee or that he was a student of Gamaliel or any of that type of jazz. This is what he says. The author presents arguments. Well, this is the now that's the description of his book. Let me skip down to something he actually said about Paul directly. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Here's a quote from his book. We encounter then, right at the start of our inquiry into Paul's background, the question, was Paul really a genuine Pharisee, from a genuine Pharisaic family, as he says to his correspondents? Or was this just something that he said to increase his status in their eyes? The fact that this question is hardly ever asked shows how strong the influence of traditional religious attitudes still is in Pauline studies. Scholars feel that however objective their inquiry is supposed to be, they must always preserve an attitude of deep reverence towards Paul and never say anything to suggest that he may have bent the truth at times. Though the evidence is strong enough in various parts of his life story that he was not above deception when he felt it warranted by circumstances. That's from the book Myth Maker.
Hmm.
So not only was Paul willing to be a Jew to the Jew, a non-Jew to the non-Jew, in one circumstance he would follow the law. Another circumstance he would tell people they better not follow the law if they're going to be his disciples. And in another circumstances he would tell one of his disciples to follow the law. So how can we even believe anything in the letters of Paul? Did Paul actually really see a post-resurrected Jesus on the road of Damascus? No one else saw what he claimed to have seen. And we see that he is a person out of his own testimony, and the testimony of his own disciples is willing to deceive people in order for the sake of his gospel. When he says that he was a Pharisee of Pharisees, he was a Hebrew of Hebrews, and he was Pharisee, can we put our trust and believe that? How do you know he wasn't lying for the sake of his gospel? Like we demonstrated that he's lied previously at other times. And how is it that this religion that he's built up to this day now in 2022, his followers are following his example and his words literally, and they are practicing missionary Taqiyyah in North America and outside of North America, going into Muslim communities, going into masjids, going into Muslim organizations, going into the Muslim lands, going into villages and among tribal people, pretending to be something they're not, convincing individuals, their disciples, just like Paul convinced his disciple Timothy to practice missionary Taqiyyah and to deceive the Jewish practitioners of the law, to convince their converts, their munafiqeen, to still pretend to be Muslim, even though they've converted to Christianity, and try to cause trouble and stir up problems in the Muslim community and try to win over people and gain their trust through deception for the sake of the gospel. This I give you, missionary Taqiyyah.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I mean, my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, may Allah save us from the evils of the sneaking whisperers, because they're out there, and yeah, I mean, just up to all these different schemes and plots and plans. And you know, the thing is, Allah says in the Quran, man plans and Allah plans, and Allah is the best of planners. So all these plots and plans that they're coming up with, they think they're making headway. But guess what? When the reality of it is, Islam is still the fastest growing religion in every country of the world. Yes. And their mockery is inevitably, in this life and the next, their mockery is being thrown back on them, just like Allah says that it will be. That, you know, these people plot and plan, and they try to mock Allah and the Prophet, peace be upon him, and the Muslims. And, you know, despite that, their frustration is building. That's why they keep trying to readjust and try to make you know, come up with something new, because inevitably they're failing at their attempt to stop Islam. I mentioned this to my wife earlier today, that with the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, after the death of his son, they were running through the streets saying that they cut him off. You know, the Prophet's been cut off. He's been cut off, because they thought that Islam was going to die. But here we are, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his name is the most mentioned in the world. And Islam, the fastest growing religion in every country of the world, is going to surpass Christianity without question. Statistics prove that. And you can blame it on birth rates if you want to, but guess what? It's our God, our creator, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, our creator, who creates these birth rates. So if you want to blame it on that, it's all by the will of Allah. It doesn't matter how you look at it. Alhamdulillah.
Well, according to the Bible, a fruitful womb is one of the signs of God.
That's right. So
be fruitful and multiply. When Pharaoh wanted to cut off Israel, and he wanted to kill the babies, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala still made the wombs of the women in Israel still bear fruit.
Yeah.
Right?
In
other circumstances, the all throughout the Bible, with different prophets and different messengers, the blessings and signs and miracles that were given to them were miraculous birth. Jesus himself, peace be upon him, is a miraculous birth. So a birth rate is a sign of approval from God.
That's right.
So, but we see in many high population Christian nations, the birth rate is in the negative.
Yeah. So I posted the link to the panel in the chat. If you'd like to join the link or join the panel, click on the link and come, and you can ask the brothers some questions if you like, and we can have a discussion. And AK Manning, click the link if you would, and come to the panel, say hello, and present whatever you wanted to say that you was talking about in the chat. You can come and ask questions here or add to the conversation if you like. And I recommend, if you're going to join the panel, to use a Chrome browser. That is the recommended browser to use for the StreamYard platform. So if you'd like to come, I'd also like
to point out, this whole idea, this thing does not exist in Islam, because actually the scholars have put 7 conditions. They prove this from the Quran. There are 7 conditions for the Shahada, and one of the conditions of the Shahada is truthfulness. Is one condition. Another condition is sincerity. So you have to be truthful and you have to be sincere. So in order to take the Shahada, you can't practice, this insider movement type thing that is being done in Christianity. You can't take the Shahada and not be truthful. You can't take the Shahada and not have sincerity, because it's actually a condition of the Shahada being accepted by Allah. Yeah. But we see this. You can, according to the biggest missionary scholars, biggest missionaries and missionary organizations, you can confess Jesus as your Lord and Savior and not have any truthfulness or sincerity, and practice outright deceit.
It's something. It's the utmost hypocrisy, man. They continuously saying that Muslims do that, and
they do that.
They're doing it. All right, so AK Manning is coming to the platform, and he is a Christian friend of mine, and lo and behold, there he is, AK Manning, live in the flesh. Welcome to the platform.
All right. If I greet you, assalamu alaikum, are you going to take it as some kind of taqiyyah?
No, you know me better than that. I know you mean it when you say it.
May grace and peace be with both of you guys. The grace and peace of the true and living God. Thank you guys for having me.
He's coming up.
Yep. And so, have you ever talked to Brother C.L. Edwards before, or you know who he is?
I don't think I have. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear him, C.L.?
I can't hear him or see him.
No.
Oh
no.
Bring me on. I want to greet the brother.
You're on. You're. Can people in the chat see AK Manning in the chat? Because I can. He's on the platform. I can hear him plain as day, and I can see him just fine. Let me take him out and pull him back in.
Now I see him on YouTube, but I don't see him on the StreamYard.
Oh, I wonder why.
Check. I'm back on.
Yeah, you're on. You're on. Everybody can see and hear him. They say.
Brother CL, can you hear me?
Back out and come back in.
Okay, well, let's CL go out and he'll come back in, and we'll take it from there. So, hey man,
I only have a few minutes. I pulled over to get some fuel, and I don't want to take a ton of extra time, so I'll wait till he comes back on.
Yeah,
but I do want to give a Christian response to some of the things that he brought up.
Yeah, sure. That'd be great. Make sure you tune into the debate on Saturday. I know the other day you called, and I meant to call you back, and I just got distracted and got caught up in some other stuff, and I didn't call you back. But make sure you tune into the debate on Saturday.
Which debate is that?
With David Wood.
Yes.
We're debating the topic.
I'm looking forward to it.
We're debating the topic, was Muhammad's marriage to Aisha immoral? And peace be upon the prophet, and may Allah be pleased with Aisha. But yeah, we're going to be debating that at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, but also that morning, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, I debated an atheist by the name of Tom Jump on the topic, Islam or atheism, which is the solution for society. So we're going to be debating that. So I have 2 debates that day.
Are you ready for David Wood?
Oh man, yeah, it's inevitable. It was inevitably it was going to happen at some point, and inshallah it'll happen this Saturday at 5 p.m. January the 15th. And
well, we can both pray that truth is made clear from falsehood. Yeah. And then when you're ready to come to Christ, come talk to me.
Yeah, you know better than that. You know better than that.
Where's Brother CL?
I'm not sure. He's having some technical issues over there, but he'll be back here in a second.
Can I just, off the top of my head, kind of respond to some of the ideas that you guys were discussing?
Yeah. Well, wait. Just give him a minute or two.
Because I'll try and be patient.
Yeah, because I'm going to let him handle all of that, and I've been preparing for these 2 debates for the last 2-3 weeks, and I got to rest my mind a bit, inshallah. So we'll let him come back. He says his laptop is acting up, but trying to get back in now. So we'll give him a second. He says
tell him to say inshallah.
He said he may have to reboot, but we'll give him a second here.
All right. In the name of the true and living God, Yahweh, may He have a way to make contact with us.
All right.
May Yahweh give him success.
Oh, there you go again. Now, so
this is your last warning.
You see that?
What?
Warning. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Please go to the nearest exit.
I didn't hear what it said. What did it say?
Warning. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Please go to the nearest exit.
Oh, so I pray in the name of Yahweh and it's going to self-destruct?
This is your last warning.
You don't want me to hit you. You don't want me to hit you with this one.
Get out of here. Get out.
No, don't hit me with that one. I mein, if you do, God will forgive
I won't do you like that. I'm not going to do you like that. But
it's most forgiving.
Yeah, we'll give him a second to come back on. And yeah.
Now, you and I have discussed this topic before. You've brought up that very same verse where it says, to the ones under the law, I became under the law. To ones not under the law, I became not under the law. And, I'm determined to become all things to all people in that order that I might save some. And you and I have discussed that exact passage before. And I think I gave an answer that was sufficient for you. So I'm hoping it will be sufficient for your friend also.
No, I don't think your answer was sufficient at all, to be honest. Matter of fact, I don't think I conceded that your answer was sufficient. No offense, but no, because if it was sufficient, then I might have been leaning towards Christianity. But no, I believe that Paul was deceptive every step of the way. And the thing is, if you listen to what he was saying, I don't know how long you were listening to what CL was talking about, but if you listen to the tactics that these people are using, they're using these exact same methods, and we see evidence of it everywhere. As a matter of fact, I mentioned 10 or 12 of these people in the book Consider Islam, and I touch on it a little bit in the upcoming book. Not everything's a test, but you might be an Islamophobe if these people who are pretending that never were Muslims at all. They were pretending to be Muslims and getting paid large sums of money to go around and give speeches and so forth, and you know, but part of the way, along the way, some of them were interacting with the Muslim communities and so forth, and leading people astray and so forth. And matter of fact, we literally see this happening in, just like he mentioned at the very beginning, this guy that was pretending to be a Muslim. He's got this false ID in social media. Well, this is nothing new. This happens all the time, man. This happens all of the time. And
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you say, as a Muslim, that you follow the example of Christ better than the Christians do?
Absolutely, yes.
Have you ever used the phrase, a Muslim is more Christian than the Christians are?
I've never said that, but I believe that.
So then if a Muslim says, hey, I'm a Christian, even more than you, is he lying, or is he in his heart telling the truth?
Well, inevitably he's saying that I'm a Muslim like Jesus is, peace be upon him. And we follow.
CL's on.
Yeah, CL's
What's
on.
up, Max?
So
Sorry about that, everybody. I had to reboot
okay.
my laptop.
It's all right.
Can you hear me, my brother?
I can hear you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum.
All right, I have a question for you.
Okay.
As a Christian, when I greet you in that way, do you think I'm pretending to be Muslim?
No, I don't think so.
Good. So you mentioned a couple of things. Since my time is limited, I hope you understand that my heart is wants to communicate this in love. And if I'm short or brief or blunt, or if I don't remember something, because I'm at work, I drive a truck. This is my truck.
Okay.
If I don't remember something, or don't have the scripture at hand, I am very sorry. I'm just going to do my best to represent a Christian response in a couple minutes. Is that okay, brother?
Okay. And can I ask you a couple of questions after you're done?
Yes. God willing, inshallah, right?
Inshallah.
If we have time when I'm done. By the way, that idea of only saying something if God wills, that's a Christian idea, right? It comes from the book of James. And so if I say God willing to almost everything, that's very Christian in nature. You said you used to be a Christian, right?
That's correct.
All right. Well, God willing, you'll come back to the truth. I don't say that as a rude thing. I say it genuinely from my heart.
God willing, you will come to his heart.
And I understand your heart is the same way. You want the best for me, right?
Oh, of course.
Okay, gotcha. So this idea that Paul, this is a perfect example, right? Where Paul says he comes to somebody that's under the law as under the law, comes to somebody that's not under the law as not under the law. He's determined to be all things to all people in order that he might win some. Kenny has posited the idea to me before that that's dishonesty, and it sounds like you were saying the same thing. Is that right?
Well, I think it's from the verses I read out, there's clearly deception.
Okay. Can I put forward to you a concept under which I think it's not dishonesty?
Sure. I'd like to hear it.
Okay. And Kenny, forgive me, I'll involve you and I'll use you as an example because I know a little bit more about your life than I know nothing of CL. Does that make sense?
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, that's fine. So Kenny, if you were out giving dawah, right, and if somebody came to your dawah table and he says, hey, I'm from a Pentecostal church and I believe, in speaking in tongues and all this Pentecostal charismatic stuff, would you reference your past history in order to find common ground with him?
Possibly, yes. I mean, it's
okay.
I don't see any problem with that. No. And matter of fact, I have done that just to let them know that, yes, I have done that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. If somebody came to your dawah table and he says, hey, I've lived a rough life. I've come under false accusation from my exes and had a miserable time with that. In fact, I was even locked up for a little while. Would you try and find any common ground with him and talk about how you turned to the Bible and to the Quran and found that Allah was true during your difficult time?
So, no, what I would do is I would explain to him, so I know what you're getting at. So I told you there was a period where I was sleeping each night. I was going back and forth, and I know that's why you're bringing that up. That each night one night I would sleep with the Bible under my pillow. The next night I would sleep with the Quran under my pillow. But the whole time, keep in mind, I'm going to the prayer. I'm stopping for prayer 5 times a day, and I'm saying Allahu Akbar. So I'm not praying to Jesus, but what I'm doing is I was analyzing and breaking down the Bible, and in a person's desire to make sure that they're on the right path. I see no problem with someone saying, "Dear God, I don't know what the truth is, but I'm asking you, I'm opening myself up to you, my heart and my mind. I'm asking you to guide me to whatever the truth is." And as you see,
good.
Yeah, but
that's good.
I would use that explanation. Yes, I have no problem. I would have
would
no
you
problem.
Would you talk about your difficult time with the law in order to find common ground with his difficult time with the law?
Yes, and I've done that. Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with that.
And
now, keep in mind, my difficult time with the law was based on lies, and I was actually innocent. But
no, I agree.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody came to your Dawa table and said, "Hey, I'm from the music industry, and I really like music, and I don't know about Islam because I've heard that music is haram," would you talk about your time in the music industry, and then segue into your faith in Islam?
Yes, and I know where you're going with this, but keep in mind,
you become all things to all people.
No.
You're citing things that are truthful in your life. They're true,
okay,
but you find common grounds with people. That is literally the exact same thing Paul is saying.
Actually, that doesn't address anything I said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as a Christian, I would do the same thing.
Hold on. Did you just acknowledge what I just said?
Oh wait, go ahead. Sorry, what?
What this example that you're giving me has nothing to do with anything in my presentation or the verses I brought up about Paul.
I think
but Paul did.
I'm saying
is the exact opposite of is not what you're talking about.
No. Well, here's why I think what Paul did was the same. I think what Paul did is the same thing Kenny would do. It's the same thing I would do. Right? If Paul, I believe it's true that Paul was a Pharisee, that he was trained under Gamaliel. He could rightfully call himself a Pharisee of Pharisees before he had his interaction on the road to Damascus and turned to Christ. And because of that Hebraic background, I think it's right for him to come to a Jew from that frame of reference to say, "Yeah, I feel you. I kept kosher.
But that's not what Paul did.
I think to say I come to someone under the law as one under the law. Exactly that.
Let's look at some of the examples that I gave of Paul being a Jew to Jews. Now, Paul says in Galatians, Paul says, "It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm then, and do not be encumbered once more by a yoke of slavery. Take notice. Take notice, I, Paul, tell you that if you let yourselves be circumcised, Christ will be of no value to you at all. Again, I testify to every man who gets himself circumcised that he is obliged to obey the whole law."
Now,
Now, hold on. But let me make the full point. This is what Paul says in Galatians. But in the book of Acts, Paul wants to take Timothy along with him on a missionary journey, and other apostles object to it. So in order to appease the Jews, he has Timothy circumcised.
I understand, and you made that point earlier. That's why I almost jumped the gun, but I totally understood where you were going with that. May I respond?
So literally, he did with Timothy what he told another group of people to never do.
And in my conception, I think there's a justification that makes sense. So I'm wondering if I can respond to that.
Yes. What is that justification? And there's more to that, but we'll get to that after your justification.
Okay. So when he's talking about not being encumbered by the law, It was in the context of the conversation. And I like that you referred to contextualization the whole time, because different things are appropriate in different contexts. It was in the context of the conversation where some who were called Judaizers, you said Judaizers, and that's almost right. Some who were called Judaizers were saying, you must be circumcised according to the law to be under the covenant. And he's saying, dude, don't be encumbered by that, because if you're subjecting yourself to the law in order to be right with God, then you're trusting in the law, you're not trusting in Christ. And Christ is of no effect to you. So in that context, okay,
you're making my point.
That's part one.
So what you just said, hold on. What you just said is, okay, so what you're saying is Paul is saying, don't circumcise yourself or obey the law in order to please God, because it doesn't please God. But it is okay to go through the motions of obeying the law in order to deceive other human beings.
I have not said that, and I don't appreciate this.
Okay, you didn't say that, but that's the implication of what you're saying.
Under your understanding, that's why I want to complete my thoughts, sir.
Under logic.
Okay, so he's saying if you're circumcised because you're putting your trust in circumcision, you're putting your trust in the law, then that replaces putting your trust in Christ. That's context number one. A separate context with Timothy is making himself an effective witness to the Jews by not alienating himself to them. For example, if I were to spend time in your home and eat around you, I would not eat pork around you. Why? Not because I feel confined to the law, but because I don't want to alienate you or offend you. So likewise, in order to not alienate the Jews, it was right for Timothy to say, you know what, I'm going to come in line with Jewish customs, not because I'm in obedience, not because I'm, what was the word he said, in bondage to the law, but because I care about them so much that I don't want to alienate myself from them. I don't see it as a deception. I see it as appropriate. The same way I wouldn't eat a ham sandwich around you, I would respect your way of doing things.
So
if it were Ramadan and it was daytime, I'm not going to eat in front of you.
Yeah, you know? I'm going to counteract what you just said by bringing up what was said at the Jerusalem Council. Now, James and the elders said to Paul that there are thousands of believers among the Jews who are zealous for the law, but they see you as someone who teaches people not to obey the law. So in order to counteract that, they told him to do a ritual of the law. How is that not deception?
Because deception depends on motivation. So I asked Kenny.
No, it doesn't. No. Hold on. Let me. Deception does not necessarily.
Deception does depend on motivation.
No. So if I deceive you out of money, but I have a good intention, it's not deception anymore?
Well, if you've deceived me, it's because you have the intent to deceive me.
If my actions,
something,
yeah. So there are certain. There is your internal belief and motivation, and then there's the actual consequences of a real action in time and space.
Okay, and the deception could be the consequence. That makes sense to me. I respect that. So you read something where a guy said that he could call himself a Muslim in good conscience, and you probably thought that was really weird. Did you think that was kind of weird?
Well, yeah, the quote was from George Husney, who's one of the leading evangelists and missionaries to Muslims. He who himself disagrees with the insider movement. He was saying that he was in a conversation with one of the leading heads of a missionary organization who said that he, in good consciousness, if he was asked by someone, would say, "Yes, I am Muslim."
So, how do you define a Muslim, sir?
I define a Muslim as someone who has taken the Shahada and they believe it wholeheartedly. And that would be a submission to God. Because if you don't believe in monotheism, absolute strict monotheism, and you don't accept Muhammad as the last and final prophet and messenger here in 2022, you have not submitted to God, no matter how religious or spiritual you may be.
Can I tell you something? That's not what I've heard from other Muslims. Other Muslims, when I ask them their definition of a Muslim, they don't include the word Shahada. They don't include the word Muhammad. They say it's a person who is in submission to God.
Yes, that's exactly. If you wanted to have a stripped down basic meaning, yes, it's submission to God.
So
submission to
if I believe,
hold on, let me get that. Submission to God is not based on democracy.
If I believe wholeheartedly,
hold on, let me get this. Submission, the definition of submission to God is not based on democracy, meaning you can invent your own way you want to submit to God. So you have to submit to God based on the revelation that is given to you by following the straight path. So
right,
that's part of that. So
longer,
by implication, the longer definition I gave is correct.
That longer definition changes things, though. So
No,
if I just listen to the,
no, it doesn't.
If I just listen to, hold on, I want to finish the sentence, please, sir.
Okay.
If I just listen to the dozen or 24 Muslims that have told me it's submission to God.
Well, Islam isn't based on anecdotal quotes from people. Islam is based on the Quran and Sunnah.
Okay.
Just like Christianity Christianity is based on the Bible, correct?
I would say so, yes.
So
would it
be relevant?
Is there a good reason
hold on,
I shouldn't finish my
would
thought?
it be? But we're having a conversation, not a monologue.
Okay.
At this point,
I'll be quiet for a minute. I told Kenny earlier I'm very limited on time.
Okay. So, I mean, the same exact way, if I was to try to make a comment about Christian theology and say, well, I've spoken to many Christians and they said X, Y, and Z, when someone is telling me what the Bible teaches, is that relevant?
Your point is a good point, that if what they've told you isn't correct, then it's irrelevant.
Yeah. So saying that Islam means submission is correct. But just like anything in life, if you look up the definition of any word, you can find a short definition in a dictionary, and you can find a longer definition in a dictionary, because there's certain implications that may not be in the shorter definition.
Now that you've made that point, and it's clear, and all listeners are probably in agreement with your point, may I finish my thought?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All I was trying to say is, in a simplified definition, if a Christian hears that a Muslim is one who is in submission to God, and if a Christian believes wholeheartedly, I am in submission to God, then a Christian in good conscience might say, oh, I am in submission to God, and the Arabic word for that is Muslim.
But
that's
do you think,
why that person might not be in the section. Don't counter it yet, please. Please don't counter it yet, because there's like 1.5 sentences left.
Oh, go ahead.
In a similar fashion, Muslims have told me that they follow Jesus better than the Christians do, and they are more Christian than the Christians. I think the Muslim who says, hey, I'm more Christian than the Christians, he's not committing Taqiyyah. I think he believes it in his heart. And I think the Christian who says, I'm more Muslim than the Muslims, in similar fashion, is not committing Taqiyyah. He believes it wholeheartedly.
I've never heard any Christian say that. I've never heard any Christian say that.
Okay, good morning. Welcome. My name is Alan, and I would say, as a believer and follower of the Bible, if I am more in submission to the true and living God than a Muslim who follows the Sharia.
Are you in submission to the God that Jesus was in submission to? That's the question.
The true.
Hold on. All right, so let me speak on your point. Number one, so do you think the head of a missionary society, someone who most likely has at least a master's degree or a doctorate degree in missiology or theology or some study of Christian science, you think they don't understand and know what a Muslim is?
I think in speaking to the Muslims, they would use a Muslim definition. They would, now, among other Christians, and
Well,
this goes
if they're going to use a Muslim definition, then they're lying, because they're
Okay,
not
well,
Muslim according to a Muslim
if
definition.
I speak to a common Muslim, like the dozens who have told me that it simply means in submission to the Creator, then I would say to that Muslim who believes those words, I believe I'm in submission to the Creator, therefore Muslim.
Well, I would agree with George Husney, who gave that example as an example of missionary malpractice.
Okay,
This was that was a Christian who was criticizing Christians. So that's where that quote comes from. And I agree with them. And I agree with them that for a missionary, a trained missionary, someone who has knowledge, to say to another person, if they're asked, so put it in the context, if the person is a missionary and they're being asked, are you Muslim? The person is asking that person, they're asking that to the missionary for a reason. They're trying to find out, well, are you a Muslim or are you a Christian? What are you?
Yeah,
then the Christian purposely says to that person, they don't inform them that they're Christian. They don't inform them that they're a missionary. They say, I'm Muslim. That is deception. And if a Muslim did the exact opposite, I would say to that Muslim, you are deceiving also.
Alan, you're creating this is a false equivalency. This doesn't mesh with what with the.
I've heard countless Muslims say I'm more Christian than the Christians are.
Did you know that person was a Muslim who said that?
Yes, because we continued to go. Well, even earlier in the conversation.
Okay, so that's not like the brother just said. That's false equivalency. So now, in the case of a person who's practicing the methodology of the insider movement, where a person is a Christian and they're pretending on purpose to be an actual practicing religious Muslim, while with the intention of
I think that would be
it's infiltration.
That would be unethical. I agree.
Yeah, well, that's what he's talking about.
Well, that's
and
that sounds like that was the whole presentation.
That sounds like what Paul is talking about. That's where they get
what Paul is talking about.
That's where they got this idea from.
What Paul is talking about, in my view, sounds closer to the Dawa that Kenny does than the.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't, because I'm not pretending to be a Christian.
Paul went into Jerusalem and he was told, there are believers here who are zealous for the law, and they've heard reports to say, you teach people not to follow the law. And that is exactly what Paul was teaching people. And I just gave you one, I just gave you one quote, and I could give you 100 more from Galatians. That's what he taught. When he was faced with being in confrontation with those people who are zealous for the law, he decided to go to the temple and perform a ritual from the law in order to mask the fact of what he actually teaches.
Right, and that's not what I was doing.
Part of what you said is true, and part is false.
Yeah, but I wasn't doing. I don't do that. I don't pretend to be a Christian in order to deceive people.
No.
Well, that's what we're talking about. This whole show is about.
He didn't say I pretend to be a Jew.
Yeah, but he did pretend to be a Jew.
He didn't say it in those words, but he did it.
But that's what he did. Like we just said, you can have whatever intention or belief. I have no idea what Paul was thinking inside his brain, but his actions.
Well, and as a Christian, I can tell you what a Christian would typically think inside their brain.
That doesn't necessarily mean that's what Paul was thinking.
Well, and on top of that,
but if I decide.
Let me make just one point about what he just said, because you said you can say what a Christian would be thinking. Well, guess what? The Christians that he's been talking about. Okay, well, the Christians that he's been talking about today see it differently. They see the way we perceive Paul is the way they perceive Paul, because that's how they pattern their little plots and their schemes in order to deceive the Muslims. To try to infiltrate the Muslims in order to try to lead them astray in some way, or try to convert them in some fashion to Christianity. So that's infiltration, that's spy work, that's dishonest, that's lying, and that's what.
Gentlemen, even if you disagree with me, may I have 1 or 2 more minutes to express one final thought before I hang up?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate it. So one other example I thought of, right? As a Christian, I might decide that when Ramadan comes, I might fast during the daylight hours in order to show love and solidarity with Kenny or with UCL.
Well, yeah, you've
Not
done
to
that.
say, thank you, but I do want to finish the thought.
Sure.
And it's possible for me to do that from two motivations, right? One motivation might be, I'm trying to trick you and say, I'm a Muslim. And the other motivation might say, hey, I'm not alien to you. I'm not a bad guy. I'm not somebody you should strive against. I'm in solidarity with you and I'm with you, you know? And so since there's two possible motivations for the same action, all I'm saying is, I think it would be good if you assume the best of people, not assume the worst of people.
Okay, so
and with that, I leave you in grace and peace.
Okay, all right, that's great. But just think about this as you go or stay or wherever. What are you going to do? You know, the thing is, the people that he's been talking about today, they've used that tactic of Paul to do just the opposite. They're impersonating Muslims. That's dishonesty to the utmost. Yeah. You're using trickery. It's trickery. It's totally dishonest. And so, you know, when a person is putting on and dressing in a particular clothing, it's the wolf in sheep's clothing scenario. So
or
you've
infiltrated the sheep. Or it's trying to show love. One of the two.
Well, no, but it's dishonest. If you're trying to show love, you should come and say,
both of you. Yeah. I'm going to leave. I love you guys both. Right. In Jesus' name.
Well, I'll just say, from my opinion, if you're trying to show love, then you should be honest with people and say, hey, I'm a Christian. Did you ever consider such and such? Let me tell you about Jesus. Be honest. You know, don't infiltrate and spy tactics in order to try to get in and try to disrupt the community that you've infiltrated. That's a wolf in sheep's clothing. No one likes a liar. So it's no matter how you look at it. I mean, those people, if they pattern their tactics based on what Paul says in the Bible, then obviously they even if they think they're doing something good and positive, well, that's Satan inspires people to tell lies, right? But is that positive? A lie is a lie no matter how you look at it. What does Allah tell us in the Quran? To speak the truth, even if it's against yourself and your family or your community, to speak the truth. So I've never seen never ever. And in fact, I'd have a huge problem if I've seen a Muslim or heard of a Muslim pretending to be a Christian to deceive someone. I, as a Muslim, would be, if I knew about who that person was, I would try to find them online or in person if need be. And I would say, brother, you cannot do that. Allah doesn't tell us to use trickery. You're not representing Islam by lying to people and deceiving people. Are they supposed to believe you after that? Are they supposed to, how's that going to be effective in accepting your belief if you have been lying to these people and they discover at some point that you've been lying? Are they going to trust you? No one trusts a liar. So I don't see how this works out for for the Christians in this situation that employ this type of trickery. It's not.
Kenny.
Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Where did C.L. Edwards go?
I don't know. That's a good question. Let me send him a message. He was having.
I guess. Unless he comes back, do you want to just go ahead and start the topic of discussion, which is based off a video that CL put on his channel a few days ago?
Yeah, we can, but I don't know which video you're talking about. I may or may not have seen it, but I just sent him a message on WhatsApp.
It was about the Council of Nicaea. It was actually a clip from a stream that you guys did, and I wanted to ask.
Okay, well, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
What is your view of the Council of Nicaea? Do you think the deity of Christ and Trinitarianism was invented there?
Yeah, the Trinity was certainly, both absolutely were invented there.
So was the deity of Christ not the belief of the apostolic fathers like Ignatius and Polycarp? And
not all, but that's the whole point of the are you saying that was the deity of Christ?
Yeah.
So no, not necessarily, because again, this council was held and bringing all these different bishops and people of the church and so forth together, and they had various views. There was different groups then, just as there are now, and they had different opinions, and we still see that today.
Can I quote to you Ignatius?
Just let me clarify just real quick.
Okay.
We still see that same thing happening today in Christianity, in that there's some people who call themselves Christians, but they don't necessarily pray to Jesus. They say they pray to God. They pray to the Creator. So they don't pray in the name of Jesus. They don't pray to Jesus, but because that's all they're associated with, or they haven't heard about any other religion, they don't know, because of their life circumstances, they still call themselves a Christian. Now, so the point I'm trying to make is that there were all types of beliefs back then.
Yeah.
So the point of the Council of Nicaea was to come and to finally decide, what is our creed going to be? What is our just that? What is our belief system going to be based on? Because we have all these commoners out there, and they're following what the church says. And if the church is in disagreement amongst themselves, they're eventually going to just say, you know what, there's just going to be an uprising. They don't want any part of it. And they were trying to keep the people, the commoners, in control through population control. And so they were using religion in order to do that. These tactics still happen today, as a matter of fact.
So look, I would say that actually the reason why Nicaea happened was because the heretic Arius showed up. And I can prove that the belief of the early fathers was that Jesus was God, and they also believe the Holy Spirit is God. But I'll quote to you this. I'll quote to you.
What's interesting is just one quick statement. Just one quick statement is that you said they were disputing, however you worded it. They were
responding to the heresy of Arianism. The church believed that Jesus was God. It was just heresy.
But the thing is, they were all calling one another heretics. the different groups of Christians then were all, they were all fighting against one another. And
the Arians were not Christians. And Athanasius wrote a whole book on the incarnation and 4 discourses against the Arians, refuting them. But I want to quote to you Ignatius of Antioch.
I have a question.
I want to quote something real quick, and then I'll let CL ask his question.
Let me put the question out there, and then you can make your quote. And if you want to address it, you can address it.
Okay.
Who determined who's a church father, and who determined who's a Christian?
Generally, we consider. I mean, the basic definition of a church father is the theologians of the ancient church.
No, but I'm saying who determined who was a church father.
I mean, obviously within Roman Catholicism, they have that sort of thing. I'm not a Roman Catholic, though. But I want to quote Ignatius because this
if somebody didn't agree with Roman Catholicism, the Orthodoxy, would they have been considered a church father?
If they didn't agree with the essential Christian faith, and I mean, I've argued with Roman Catholics on church history and their beliefs about other things, but I want to get to Ignatius because this is an early testimony from an apostolic father that Jesus is God. And I'll quote it.
I'm already aware of the quote, but go ahead.
This is Epistle to the Ephesians, chapter 7. And I can also just go on the fact that he calls Jesus our God in the beginning of the letter. But this is chapter 7 of Ignatius to the Ephesians. There is one physician who is possessed both of flesh and spirit, both made and not made, God existing in flesh, true life and death, both of Mary and of God, first possible and impossible, even Jesus Christ our Lord. So all of the early fathers believed that Jesus was God. The reason why Nicaea was held is to address the heresy of Arianism.
Hold on.
That's a basic fact of church history.
Well, the quote does say that Jesus is God, but what does that actually mean?
It means that he's God, and he goes into detail by saying it's God.
Okay, well, I mean, but to say something is God, to say that a human being is God was not something uncommon. It's not something. It's not something. Well, hold on. It's not something surprising.
I'll give another quote. Magnesians, chapter 6, Epistle to the Magnesians by Ignatius, chapter 6. And he says, they are entrusted with the ministry of Jesus Christ, who was with the Father before the beginning of time and in the end was revealed. And he elsewhere calls Jesus Christ our God.
That's even more confusing. Because now you're saying that it's very confusing because you're saying that this one church father says that Jesus is God, and then
all the church fathers said that Jesus was God. This is the universal belief of the church.
But we're talking about this one particular person. Well, I mean, I can't.
I can give you other quotes too.
I'm glad you can, but let's hold on.
Have you read
this individual
history?
Okay, the one you just
besides the Da Vinci Code.
I've never quoted the Da Vinci Code. So
you put it as a thumbnail on your video about the spell of the Council of Nicaea. That's from the Da Vinci Code.
That's not quoting the Da Vinci Code.
I know, but everyone, even Bart Ehrman,
so you're just using the Christian. So is that little Christian Taqiyyah right there?
No, what happened was that on your channel you misquoted it.
I know what the thumbnail is, but a thumbnail isn't a quote.
Sure. Regardless, you still kind of made an appeal to it.
But you just said I quote. You just said I quoted.
I would clarify by saying you made an appeal to it. Do you consider the Da Vinci
I didn't make
Code
an appeal to it.
It's
It's a graphic.
The bottom line is this: is that church history and all the early fathers, they believe the things.
Okay, so they worship this human being Jesus.
Yeah, amen.
Okay, and what about it?
They believed he was God. That disproves the lie that this was.
What about what was your intent on telling us about that?
Because it disproves the idea that Kenny put forward that the Council of Nicaea invented the deity of Christ. I asked him that direct question.
Well, see, you're the individual who came on my channel in the comments section and tried to accuse me of saying that. So when did you hear me say that?
I was talking about Kenny specifically, and I was addressing his point. I don't know what.
But no, you addressed me in the comments. Yeah. I can pull the comment up if you like.
I know what happened.
I'm still saying that. I'm not here to. You haven't done it. You haven't changed my mind about the issue.
Well, I know I can't because I think you have
so would you say
so Islamic apologetics and the lies
see this is kind of circular logic.
CL, have you ever read a single book on church history with all due respect?
Yes.
Like what?
So it's circular logic because you have a group of individuals you say are the church fathers. And now that was the reason why I asked you in the beginning.
Have you even read the church fathers?
Who determined?
Have you read the church fathers? I already addressed that question. Have you read the church fathers? Yes or no?
Why are you cutting me off?
Yeah, don't interrupt him. Let him.
I already answered that question. I want to get down to the chase here. I've only got a few minutes, and I want
to.
Listen, well, you can leave.
Let him complete.
If you don't want to have a conversation with me, then you can leave.
If I didn't want to have a conversation, I wouldn't be here.
But you're not having a conversation with me. You're cutting me off, and you're being rude.
CL, have you read the church fathers?
Okay. I've read some of the church fathers. Yes.
Who? Have you read them in their entirety, or just selected cherry-picked citations?
No, I've read large portions.
Have you actually gone through an entire letter of Ignatius and read it all the way through?
I don't think so.
Wow.
Have you ate a bag of chips and done a hula hoop and jumped on a trampoline and
Okay, I've already conceded to you.
Time?
Have you heard me say that?
Okay, so you're admitting that you basically
hold on. You spoke. Now let me speak.
And you claim that you're a former preacher.
Can you let me speak, please?
Go ahead.
Have you heard me say that the church fathers didn't worship Jesus?
I never said that. You admitted that the Trinity was mentioned.
Then what's the point? What's your point? If you had not heard me deny,
clarify what is your position on Nicaea?
If you don't know my position, why are you trying to refute me? What are you trying to refute me about?
I was going after Kenny originally, but you came on and asked me a question, and then I was going after that.
No, wait, you came in.
CL,
you came on my.
CL, what is your position? You say that you're a former preacher to Islam, and you just admitted that you haven't even read the patristic writings.
I'm speaking now. I'm speaking. You came onto my channel, didn't you?
Yes, I know I did, and challenged you.
Didn't you say you wanted me to come to your Discord and have a conversation with you about certain subjects?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you wanted to refute me about something.
Yeah, you made a video on your channel called Dispel the Council of Nicaea. Why did you make that video?
Did you watch it?
Yes, I watched it.
Okay, what did it say?
It was a clip from one of the shows with Kenny.
Okay. So what did I say in the clip?
I don't remember exactly what you said.
So why are you trying to refute me about something you don't know what I said and you don't remember what I said, but you want to argue about it?
I was assuming that was your position because generally
you were assuming that's my position.
Listen, this is why I assumed because you put a video up on your channel about it with the Da Vinci Code thumbnail.
Listen.
Calm down. You're going to be okay.
No, you calm down. Don't tell me to listen.
You just admitted that you haven't even read the patristic writings and you wanted to ask like you're an authority on church.
Okay, and what would that tell me?
If you read the patristic writings, you would abandon this mythological idea about Nicaea that many Muslims come.
What mythical idea do I have about Nicaea?
Let me ask you straight up. Did Nicaea?
Hold on, no. Don't ask me anything. Answer my question. What mythical idea? No, hold on. Answer my question. Answer my question. What mythical idea do I have?
You claim that you're a former minister to Islam, and yet you haven't even read the patristic writings. I mean, seriously? If you've actually, come on.
What is the mythical idea that I have about the Council of Nicaea?
You tell me.
You want me to tell you what
Yes,
you
because
are accusing me of?
What is your did Council of Nicaea invent the deity of Christ? Yes or no?
Invent the deity of well, Christ isn't a deity, but
the doctrine of the deity of Christ. Did they invent it? Yes,
they clarified it.
Okay. Do you believe that the Apostolic Fathers held to this doctrine? I've already showed you that they did, but was that your prior belief?
No, I've never denied that.
Okay, so you're basically, their tradition tells us that Ignatius knew the Apostle John. What we're saying is that all the early fathers...
Tradition says that. Okay, that's great.
All the early fathers agree that Jesus is God. The only reason why Nicaea was convoked was to answer the heresy of Arianism. It's not because they were trying to have population control or anything like, or any of these conspiracy theory stuff. No, that's the fact of history.
I disagree with you on that one.
Have you ever read Philip Schaff on the history of the church, the 7-volume set?
Let him respond to you.
That's a primary source material on church history.
Okay, well let him respond to you.
First of all, you have bad intentions.
I don't have bad intentions.
Yes, you do have it, because you came here to refute me about something you assume.
Okay, you said you didn't agree with what I just said about Nicaea.
If you do not let me speak, if you don't let me speak, then there's no point. There's no point in speaking. What's the reason for us to continue to talk?
Go ahead and clarify what your position on Nicaea is.
Why don't you know what my position is if you want to refute me about it?
You just said you don't agree with me on what I said about the purpose.
But no, you came on my channel saying how you wanted to debate me about a subject, and you came on here and you started cutting me off about what you claim I believe in, and then you say, well, you just assumed I believe something.
2 minutes.
And you don't know what I believed in.
Listen, I just a minute ago said that about Nicaea, the purpose of it. You said, no, I disagree with that. Okay, what do you disagree with? Explain why you disagree about the purpose of conveying.
But that there was no exercising of control.
Yes, there was a binding authority, but that's not population control. They were simply clarifying doctrine.
Well, I don't know what population control means.
Kenny Bowmer.
It is population control, because they were trying to establish the creed of the church. So
that had already been decided centuries before that.
No.
Yes, it had. I already proved to you from Ignatius of Antioch.
What would be the purpose of the council if they had everything worked out?
To answer the heresy of Arianism. That's why.
What did Arianism believe?
Arianism denied the consubstantiality of the Son with the Father.
Okay,
that's
great.
Basic church history. You can laugh all you want.
So you agree there's disagreement there, right?
But see,
so
you still haven't. Okay, but the problem is.
No, I agree with the facts of church history because I've actually read the primary sources.
Okay, so you agree that there was disagreement amongst the people at the council.
Who determined?
No, the Council of Nicaea clarified what the church and
you make it sound like. Hold on, let's hold on one second.
I make it sound. I've actually read church history.
Okay, great. Listen, you're backstage. You're very annoying. So just for a second, okay. So the purpose of the council, okay. You can talk about you've read this and you read that, but the purpose of the council was to come to a decision, a conclusion about what their creed was going to be. Folks, what do we believe? What are we going to propagate? Okay. There was disagreement. There were very heated arguments there. People died because of the Council of Nicaea. People were ostracized because of the Council of Nicaea. So don't come on this platform and talk about what you've read and so forth as though you know what you're talking about, when in fact, what you're saying is partial truth. But the fact is, not everyone that was at the council believed the same thing. Some of these people died as a result of that council. So don't come over here and try to make blanket generalizations and blanket statements like you've got it all settled and got it all worked out, because no, you don't. You don't have it any more worked out than they had back then when the council was happening. Matter of fact, they had to have another council after that to keep working it out. So no, I mean, don't please don't even try it. All right, welcome back. Okay, you may have to unmute yourself. All right, he's got to go. All right, Tyler, welcome to the panel, man. What's on your mind?
Can I just address something real quick?
Sure, go ahead, brother.
Okay, so like I said earlier, this guy with the stage name, came on my channel. He wanted to debate me about the video I made, and he was going to refute me. And he obviously came here with the intentions of quote unquote refuting me. And he offered up straw man arguments about whatever my position he thinks is, without even knowing my position. Now, my position is, I have to state it clearly if he's still listening. I never claimed that the people designated as the church fathers didn't believe in some form of the Trinity or didn't worship Jesus as a God. That's not my belief at all. My belief is that with the Council of Nicaea, a decree, a canon was created that was enforced by the church along with the power of the Roman government over everyone who was supposed to be a Christian follower or a church follower, a follower of a worshiper of Jesus, that this is the Orthodox Aqidah, as we would say in Islam.
Brother, does that fall into the category of population control when the government and the church are coming together?
You can say that's a type. You can say that's a type of population where you're controlling people's beliefs. You're outlawing everything else except what you have decided is the correct and proper belief. If you don't have this belief, you're a heretic. If you have this belief, we recognize you as a Christian. And also, it's circular logic, as I was trying to say to him. Did you designate certain individuals in history as the church fathers and being the real Christians, and anyone who opposed them as not being church fathers and not being true Christians, and then say, look, I have a book that says the church fathers believe XYZ. That's a form of circular of logic.
It's a logical fallacy, and it is
you're going back into history saying, well, the church fathers said this. Well, who determined that those people were the church fathers?
Yeah, that's preposterous.
And also, just because the church fathers said that Jesus is a God, does that make Jesus a God? No, because what did God say? What did Almighty God say? What does reason say? What does your fitra say? What did the prophets and messengers say? So if you've taken the church fathers as your prophets and messengers, and they've ordained the Trinity formula for you, then that's good for you. It's not good for me.
Yeah.
And telling me the church fathers believe XYZ doesn't make me believe that Jesus is a God. You've got to come in saying, and I know a lot of these reform guys, and they like to quote the Westminster Confessional and the Baptists and blah blah blah, and they quote church documents from history as proofs. That's a proof to you. You've fallen into what the Quran has warned about. They have taken their priests and their rabbis as lords besides me. So you've taken your church authorities as lords over Almighty God, and you've taken them as authorities over the prophets and the messengers. That what they decree for you is the truth. But that means nothing to me. I'm not under. I don't care about the church fathers. I could care less.
And let me read something.
Telling me what they said means nothing.
Let me read something real quick from compellingtruth.com. People can go read it themselves. Okay, so it says, "What was the Council of Nicaea?" And it says, and just real short paragraphs. It says, as the early church was flourishing, many doctrinal disputes rose up and caused conflict within the church. In AD 325, the Roman Emperor Caesar Flavius Constantine felt compelled to resolve these conflicts. So he called a council of church leaders or elders at Nicaea, which is a town located in Asia Minor near Constantinople. The purpose of the Council of Nicaea was to eliminate confusion and conflict within the church over certain doctrines. And what do they say? One of the main doctrines in dispute was the nature of Jesus Christ. Within the church at that time, there were several questions as to Christ's deity. So some of the people were denying that he was God, right? It says, is he more divine or more human? Was Jesus begotten or created? What does that mean, they say? Is he equal to God the Father or lower in status? Another question was about the Trinity. What is the Trinity? Is the Father the one true God, or are the Spirit, Jesus Christ, and the Father, the one true God, together somehow. This last little bit. The Council of Nicaea decided the answers to these, again, the Council of Nicaea decided the answers to these questions based on biblical teachings, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so, but what it boils down to is that they still established what the creed was going to be, and it is indeed a form of population control. It's basically saying, this is what we're going to believe. Forget everyone else who believes something different. They're the heretics. Well, wait a minute. The heretics were calling them heretics, right? So everyone was disputing with one another. Some of these people were burned at the stake because of the situation. So don't come and tell me you've read this and you've read that when the basic fundamentals of this council is well established. I can't believe you even come and try to dispute the fact that they were arguing very heated discussions for 12 weeks. They were going at each other's throats about what do we believe. We have to come to a conclusion about what it is that we believe. Okay, so read a little bit more, and try to think about what you're reading, please.
Well, I just did a whole entire presentation where I accused Paul of being the inventor of Christianity. So to tell me that, 2 centuries later, the followers of Paul decided that there was something called the Trinity and that God is a triune being wouldn't be a proof to me that God is a triune being. Right. So they took the false polytheist beliefs of Paul and his followers, and they developed them through philosophy and spelled it out in a creed. Okay. What about that?
Tyler, welcome to the panel. What do you have to say?
Yeah, so I just came on because of solely to Gloria, the previous guy, came on. I didn't have anything in specific, so I guess I would just build upon what he was saying. His point is that, I mean, yeah, he agrees that, of course, they were arguing about the deity of Christ at the Council of Nicaea.
No, he didn't agree about that.
He did. No, his point was that the early church fathers were, unanimous on the deity of Christ, and what he was trying to say is that it wasn't until the Arius came along. Arius was the one who invented this idea within Christianity that Jesus isn't God. So it wasn't until then that they started arguing.
No. That's historically not. Hold on. That's historically not accurate. Arius had his own heresy, of course. What you would call modalism, tritheism.
No, it's not. Wait, what? He was a modalist? Is that what you just said?
Well, some people would say that. He had his own formula of what he believed that the Christian God was. But he was not the only person at that time period who had a idea of God that didn't fit into Nicene Trinitarianism.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, obviously, the majority of people back then didn't believe in the Trinity. The majority of people today don't believe in the Trinity. Atheists, Muslims, they don't believe in the Trinity. I said within Christianity. But
even within people who worship Jesus as a God, okay, simply saying people worship Jesus as a God doesn't tell the whole entire story. Because what is Jesus being worshipped means what exactly? Is he the God? Is he a singular God? Is he a God along with other gods?
Is he God at all?
Is he one person of God with other persons of God? Is he subordinate to another God? You see where I'm going with that?
Right. So, I mean,
okay, so there were many different people who may have worshipped Jesus. But in worshiping Jesus, what are they saying about Jesus? There were people who believed Jesus was an angel.
True. Yeah, I agree. But I'm saying that's why I said within Christianity, because people, generally speaking, do not consider you to be a Christian if you don't believe Jesus is God. And Arius was the one who jump-started this heresy that Jesus isn't God Almighty.
Okay, so if some people
Well, I
believe
mean,
that Jesus was an angel, then obviously not everyone believed that.
Yeah,
he
but
was
they're
God.
not Christians, though. That's the difference.
So what? Okay, the early. If we go back to the time of Paul, when the writer of the book of Acts says Paul went to Jerusalem and the writer puts in the mouth James and the elders, there were thousands of Jews who believed in Jesus and they were zealous for the law. Did they believe in the Trinity?
Are you referring to the Ebionites? Which Jews are you referring to?
I'm talking about the Jews that are mentioned in the book of Acts when Paul goes to the Jerusalem Council, when he takes his first trip back to Jerusalem, and he meets up with the Jerusalem Council, and James and the elders say to him, "There are thousands of Jews here who are zealous for the law, but they believe in Jesus as a Messiah." Were they Trinitarians?
Well, it doesn't specify. Of course, there were.
Did they worship Jesus as a god?
I mean, I don't know which passage you're referring to. Does it say that they're saved?
It doesn't mention any of that. It just mentions
then I don't know
what I just said. But the description of them is that they are Jews who believe Jesus is the Messiah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you're a Jew who believes Jesus is the promised Messiah, does that necessitate that you worship Jesus as a god?
Well, if you truly believe he is the Messiah, then yes, because you have to.
According
Unless
to
you want to throw out
Christianity.
Isaiah 9:6.
Yes, I agree with you. According to Christianity, which is formulated centuries after that point.
And that's kind of. I mean, I don't believe Christianity was formulated centuries later, but that's my point. Is that within Christianity? Okay, cool, but within Christianity, within the church. Okay, no one in the church. Can you agree with me on this? That no one in the church, at least, was teaching this until Arius popped up.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I just gave an example.
Well, that's a historical fact, though. Well, but were they within the church?
What was the church that existed in Jerusalem?
I mean, I don't think there was just one church. There's multiple churches all around.
Okay. Day 2 after Jesus is supposedly crucified, what church is this?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. Which church are you referring to?
I'm asking you.
I'm so confused. Right now. There's multiple churches
at the time of Jesus at the time of Jesus and his disciples.
Yeah.
What church existed?
Oh, okay. During his ministry, okay, yeah. Well, I guess
even after his death, even shortly after his death, when the disciples are still alive.
Well, the churches that taught about Jesus, being the Christ, popped up after he did his ministry. So,
well, I'm not asking about churches that believe in. What churches, period, existed?
I mean, I guess it kind of depends on how you define a church. I mean, if you consider the synagogue churches,
it depends on how you define a church. But the definition of a church that you use, or the definition of church that existed during the time of the Council of Nicaea, did that exist at that time?
Like after Jesus' death, I would say yes.
Okay, in the book of Acts, a church. Yes. By the definition of what church meant at the time of the Council of Nicaea, existed at that point.
Yes.
And what would you give as evidence for that?
Well, I mean, doesn't Paul write to the churches, like the churches in Corinth and the Colossians and so on?
Okay, so Paul starts some churches, and we could probably go back and forth about, are those the same definition of a church as you would have at the time of Nicaea, but I don't consider Paul as one of the disciples of Christ. He's not one of the 12.
Well, okay, well, would you agree that at least
so according to you, we could say, well, the first churches were founded by Paul.
I mean, I don't think the first churches, because Paul was persecuting Christians at first, so I don't think
But I'm
that's
not
true.
asking about Christians. Well, that's a whole nother. Now you're going down a whole nother rabbit hole. But churches,
Okay, what about
as we understand churches? So Paul was the first one to found churches. Would you say that?
I don't think he was the first one. No, I think there were churches before he began his ministry.
Okay, so who would have been the first one to found to establish a church?
I don't know. I mean, maybe Peter. I mean, Jesus said, about Peter being the rock. So maybe Peter, but people like Protestants and Catholics interpret it different ways. It doesn't really say which church is the first.
Okay, so if you believe there were churches before Paul, why do you believe that?
I'm not really. I'm just saying I don't think that he was the first one. I mean, he might have been. I really don't know.
Okay, so that would be the answer to my question. During the time of Jesus and shortly after the time of his supposed crucifixion and resurrection, during the time of his original disciples, there was no church.
I mean, you can't really prove that, though.
Well, either it existed or it didn't exist. Like that's like saying, there's no mention of a church that Jesus didn't find. Did Jesus start a church? Peace be upon him.
I don't think so. No, I think he just did his preaching outside.
Yeah, Jesus doesn't establish a church. His disciples don't establish a church. The first mention of someone going to establish a church we can both agree with is maybe Paul. And you can argue if what Paul started was the same definition of a church as we find at the time of the Council of Nicaea.
Okay,
nothing like the church at the Council of Nicaea existed during the time of Jesus and his disciples.
Okay, but and I'll have to go in a minute, but I'll just ask you this one last question then. But would you at least agree that the people who adhere to the scripture, to the New Testament canon, that they historically believed that Jesus is God up until, the only people who didn't began in the 3rd century or the 4th century with Arius?
No, I would disagree with that because the very disciples of Jesus, according to the gospel, did the disciples of Jesus believe that Jesus was Almighty God?
Absolutely.
Okay. What would be an evidence for that?
John 20:28.
I knew you were going to quote John.
Yeah.
So why would you quote John but not Mark?
Well, I can quote Mark too. Mark 1:3.
Mark 1:3?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look. All right. And the voice of the one calling in the wilderness, prepare the way for the Lord, make straight paths for him. It'd probably be better if we started verse 1. In the beginning of the good news about Jesus Christ, Jesus the Messiah, the Son of God, as it is written in Isaiah the prophet, I will send my messenger ahead of you, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Yeah, and this is quoting Isaiah 43, chapter 40, verse 3. Right?
Who is quoting Isaiah 43?
The Apostle Mark and Mark 1:3.
The Apostle Mark? Who is the Apostle Mark?
What?
What makes you believe this was written by someone by the name of the Apostle Mark?
Oh, well, I mean, you could say it's anonymous if you want. I'm just going by the tradition of the church. I mean, who wrote it isn't as relevant as the content, right?
And was this person one of the 12? Was he a disciple of Jesus? Was this someone with Jesus?
Well, I would say, yeah. I mean, if you disagree, you can disagree.
Based on what?
Well, there's that verse in Revelation. I can't remember the exact one, but it says to hold on to the traditions of the church. And so, but church tradition says that, so it's probably true, right?
So the writer of Revelations was talking about the traditions of the Roman Church.
No. Okay, I'm not a Roman Catholic. I'm a Protestant, but I'm saying like.
Well, I mean, the
whether
only
you're-
church that is at the count. If we go back to the earlier conversation, you know, the only church that existed at the time of the Roman Church, well, the only Orthodox church is the Roman Church.
Well, no, not really.
Well, when I say the Roman Church, I'm not. Let me change that. The lowercase c Catholic Church.
Okay. Yeah, and not really though, because I mean, like for example, Saint Thomas went to India and started a church, and there's still Saint Thomas Christians in India today, who descended from the 1st century.
I would like to see the evidence of that, but so this person, this anonymous person, or possibly the Saint Mark, wrote this, and this is supposed to reflect what the disciples believed about Jesus.
Yes, because it's quoting, well, because this is the canon that the church has used.
And when was the canon produced?
Well, the entire canon was, the canon was produced in the 1st century, but was compiled in its entirety in the 5th century.
Well, I'm not asking you about the writings that make up the canon. I'm asking about the canon itself. Who decided?
Well,
when was it decided that? When was the canon put together and approved of?
In its entirety, officially in the 5th century.
Okay. All right. So isn't that working backwards?
No, not really.
So if this writing was canonized in the 5th century, and it's supposed to reflect what the original disciples of Jesus believed, because it's in the canon, but the canon it's true because it's in the canon, and the canon was written centuries after Jesus. Was compiled and designated centuries after Jesus. So you're making something authoritative after the fact.
Well, no, I'm not, because we had the canon before then. It just wasn't. I'm telling you, when it was officially.
I know the canon. the book may have been, you know, in some form or fashion may have existed, but
and in widespread use,
it wasn't recognized as authoritative revelation until a later date.
No, it was recognized pretty early that it was authoritative.
Pretty early.
Yeah.
Like when?
Well, I can't give you July 17th, 63 AD or anything like that, but pretty early in the church history.
But the church, that goes back to earlier. There was, who started these church? When you say the church, what are you referring to exactly?
Well, I'm just referring to it as the body of believers, the body of Christ, anyone who teaches that Jesus is the Lord.
Okay. So, well, anyone who teaches that Jesus is the Lord.
Well, yeah, who teaches the gospel of Jesus Christ who died for our sins. Sorry, hold up.
Okay. All right. So when Jesus was alive, walking the earth, he had disciples. Right? Hello? Hello? Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'll come back. But the point I was making is, again, this is working backwards again. So I asked if the disciples, what did the disciples believe about Jesus? Did they believe he was a God? He says, yes, they do. He immediately quotes John. I knew he was going to quote John because John has the higher Christology over the synoptic gospels. So 9 times out of 10, if somebody wants to prove some higher ideal of about Jesus, they're going to quote John. But what about Mark? Mark is supposed to be, according to the Tetracritics, the original, the first of the 4 gospels written. So he quotes the beginning, which isn't quoting any. It's the quote of the author who is an unknown person, who he says in the beginning is Saint Mark. Who is Saint Mark? Is Saint Mark there with Jesus and the disciples to speak about what they believed about Jesus at that time? But clearly, I mean, even if we if we look at the Gospel of Mark or even the other Gospels, it's clear that the disciples, according to the authors of these four Gospels, that the disciples didn't recognize Jesus as Almighty God in the flesh. He talks about the church being a body of believers who believe that Jesus is Lord, and that in his death and resurrection, according to the writers of the gospel, the four Gospels, even when Jesus is supposedly giving hints to his future death and resurrection, they don't understand what he's talking about. They don't believe in that. There is no the church when Jesus is walking around on the earth. And shortly after his ascension, which we all believe in, so let's take that as a point, his ascension into heaven, there is no the church. And as he admitted himself, the first person mentioned in the Bible to go around and plant churches is Paul.
Brother, there's a couple of people backstage. You want to bring them on, or what do you think?
How long have we been on?
2 hours and 55 minutes.
Okay, we can do it for a little bit longer. So okay. Let's bring on somebody.
All right.
Oh, Sola de la Gloria again.
Okay. All right, Carl, welcome to the panel. And Ahmed, I don't know if you're Muslim or not, but welcome to the panel. If you're Muslim, assalamu alaikum to you. You guys there? You may have to unmute yourselves.
You guys got to unmute yourselves. So basically what I was saying is the proof about the deification of Jesus are the scriptures created and approved of by the church. So it's like, it's like asking if you put someone on trial for embezzlement and, what's the proof that they did or didn't do the embezzlement? Documents that the embezzler creates.
Yeah, the manufacturers.
Yes, it's like, of course the one who's being accused of embezzlement doesn't believe he's an embezzler, and he's going to produce, he's going to give you some documents showing I didn't embezzle anything. So it's like, you're letting the criminal be the judge and the jury.
So Ahmed, what's on your mind? What's on your mind?
Well, I'm actually looking into the religion Islam.
Okay.
And obviously reflecting on Christianity and Judaism, being the Abrahamic faiths. And in examining Islam, the first verse I understand is the read in the name of your Lord. And as I read that verse, I basically stopped reading and went on a mission to seek what is the name of the Lord, because the thing is, if you're given something to read that is not in the name of your Lord, then it's not from your Lord. And I presume that is why the first verse in the Quran is read in the name, or should I say the first revelation in the Quran is read in the name of your Lord.
Well, and, technically it's Iqra.
Iqra bismi rabbika.
Yeah, Rabb.
Yeah, Lord.
Well, yeah.
So
yes,
I'm asking,
yes, but you can expand that definition.
Who is at the time of that revelation had a revelation, a book from God to read in the name of God? At that time when that revelation was expounded, there was no book. There was no Quran.
The word Iqra, it has three meanings, right? So it means to literally read. You can read a book, like reading a book, but it also means to recite or proclaim. So, and if you notice, that's what we do with the Quran. We read the Quran, literally read the book. We recite the Quran, and we also do the dawah and share Islam with people based on what the Quran is saying. So when it's saying read in the name of your Lord, obviously the Prophet, peace be upon him, being chosen by our Creator to be a prophet, the final messenger of our Creator, it's clear that to him who he was speaking to. And alhamdulillah, as the Quran was further expounded upon, the being that was being referred to through the word Rabb is clear that it was Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, our God, our Creator, who's unique and within and of himself, and there's nothing and no one like him. So obviously the verses being revealed to the Prophet, peace be upon him, When Allah says in the Quran that He's closer to us than our own jugular vein, that means He knows all that we reveal, all that we conceal. So He knows that the Prophet, peace be upon him, was worshiping Him. And so He's sending the guidance through the angel Jibril and saying, read, recite, proclaim in the name of your Lord. Not literally read a book, because we know the Prophet was illiterate. But again, it has three different meanings. It has multiple meanings.
So in other words, that, just you read one. Read can be one translation of the term, but also to recite can be a translation of the term, or to proclaim it can be a accurate interpretation of the term as well.
And
so it's not restricted to reading a codex.
Yeah, and they're all fully encompassing. So again, those verses were revealed to the Prophet, but it didn't just stop there. I mean, obviously, Allah says in the Quran, "Qul Allahu Ahad, Allahu As-Samad, Lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad." Say, telling the people, the Prophet to initially say, telling the people, but then the people also reciting the verses in the prayer, just like, that what I just recited was part of the prayer. All of the Quran is recited in the prayer, but the verses that I just said in English are it says literally, say, "Kul," say that Allah is the one and only God, the eternal, the absolute. He begets not, nor is he begotten, and there's nothing that compares to Him. So there's clear statements that make it clear who the Lord is, the Rabb is. So you should have kept reading, brother.
No, I'm reading. In actual fact, I haven't stopped, but I want to place this verse in context of Cave Hira and the actual first revelation from the angel Jibril to the Prophet Muhammad. And
so before you go further, can I just ask you a question?
No, if you allow me to speak.
Yeah, can I ask you a question before you go into your thing? When you say you asked, you were wondering what's the name of this Lord. What does that mean exactly? What's the main point?
Well, my point is that the first revelation in Islam is a declaration to read, Iqra. Now, it's a very profound a revelation. It doesn't say, "I am God, your Lord, all powerful, and if you don't obey me, I'm going to send you to hell." It doesn't proclaim to be a super being or some kind of special entity. It just says read. And it's a very profound word to use in Revelation.
Yes,
if you want to come out of darkness, you don't listen to somebody reciting, you read. You actually go and equip yourself with the tools to gain knowledge. And any person who goes to university, you don't say we're learning or we're studying. They tell you we're reading. Engineering, medicine. So the process of reading is in actual fact a form of self-education. So the revelation says, read in the name of your Lord, and the Prophet obviously not being a read person, because Mada Beqari, I can't read. And he repeats, read. And again, I can't read. Read. And again, I can't read. So the context there is very emphatic that it's not recitation. It's not recitation that has been asked for, because
brother, it is. So let me explain it to you. Okay, so obviously, when the Prophet was going to the cave of Hira, right? He's going there to meditate. The Prophet, peace be upon him, he never worshipped any other false idol or anything like that. He always worshiped Allah. So his Lord was already Allah, and Allah was fully aware of that. Now, how he worshipped, he hadn't yet received revelation from Allah through the angel Jibril. So his form of worship, we don't have information about that. But his Lord was already Allah, and so he would go and he would contemplate, he would think, he would ponder on what was going on. Bear with me one second. Okay, so he would go and he would spend time alone, and he would contemplate on Allah and the things going on in the world and so forth. He didn't like what he was seeing in society, for one, and the angel Jibril comes to him, and yes, he does tell him 3 times, and he finally has to embrace him to let him know that I am real. I am really here. You're not just imagining this. I am here. And so, Iqra, Bismi Rabbaka alladhi khalaq, right? What does it mean? Read in the name of your Lord. Read, for your Lord is the most gracious. who taught man by the pen. He taught man that which he did not know. Now, bear with me. So that didn't require that the prophet himself, peace be upon him, had to read. Because remember, you're trying to disqualify two of the other, if you're looking at it the way you're looking at it, you're disqualifying, which you cannot really do, but you're disqualifying the other two meanings of that word. And there's many words in the Arabic language in the Quran that have multiple meanings, and they all complement one another. Okay, they don't contradict one another; they complement one another. So the Prophet, peace be upon him, no, he didn't have knowledge, but Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had already pre-chosen him to be a prophet, right? And now he's letting him know that I'm calling you to be a prophet. Now, in the process of all this, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is giving him guidance. So as the verses of the Quran are being revealed to him, the knowledge and the wisdom is about what's being stated is also being conveyed to him. Okay, and so whereas hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on just one second.
I'm giving more than
yeah, because this is my show. You have to give me more than 1 second. I don't ask you for time. Okay. Well, let me clarify. Let me complete my thought. Okay. All right. Okay. So what you understand what's going on? What's going on is I'm trying to explain to you what you're confused about.
Something that I haven't already.
Okay, hold on.
What I need explaining.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, because what you were trying to suggest or imply is that how could hold on, brother? Listen, just be patient.
I will
be patient. Okay. I'm not going to be very much longer, but I want to, for everyone listening, anyone who wants to hear this in the future, they need to understand what was going on in the cave of Hira and how is it that the Prophet, peace be upon him, could have knowledge about what he's actually saying. I'm trying to convey that to you. It didn't require that the Prophet of Allah needed to be able to read the book. Okay. He was illiterate, but Allah gave him the knowledge through the angel Jibril. He gave him the knowledge about what was being conveyed. Just like a person who today, they might be blind, but they can learn, right? And they can still learn, have the capacity to learn. And how do they learn? They learn by hearing, right? So the Prophet didn't have to lay his eyes on any text. He didn't have to read a book. No, it was the knowledge and the wisdom was being conveyed to him in the process of, over this period of 23 years, the Quran being revealed to the Prophet. And sometimes along the way, the prophet had to be well, the whole time he had to be directed by Allah and the angel Jibril about what's, about what Allah was trying to convey to him to inevitably convey to the people. So if you're trying to limit the word Iqra to just the reading of it, and you're questioning how could it be that a man that could not read nor write, how could he have knowledge when he couldn't read? That's what I've just tried to explain to you.
I'm sorry, brother. I didn't say that.
Well, that's what it surely sounded like.
Well, I don't know anywhere else. You're hearing something that's not coming out of my own voice.
Okay. Well, that's mouth. Brother. Listen, that's where you were angling at. So go ahead. Go ahead and clarify. Okay, go ahead and clarify your concern.
I'm sure I'm not near any water where I'm fishing, angling for anything. So if you allow me to.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Go ahead. What's your concern?
You can criticize me for it. My point is, let's address it. Let's address it for the context it is. Now, if you're saying it's recite, then why would the Prophet say, I cannot read? Mana biqari. So if it's an issue of reciting, then the Prophet can obviously recite. But the answer was, I cannot read. Mana biqari. So
let me answer you. Let me answer you what's going on there. Hold on. Let me. But we can stop this immediately because I already know where you're going, and I've dealt with this a million times. Okay, wow. So I understand what you're trying to get at. Now, keep in mind, the Prophet is saying, inevitably saying, I don't read. What he's questioning the angel Jibril, and what are you asking me to do? Remember, you're limiting the word Iqra to just reading. But the angel Jibril is telling him, Iqra, bismi rabbaka alladhi khalaq. He's telling him to read, proclaim, hold on. He's telling him to read, recite, proclaim. No, I'm not. Listen, just be patient, brother. Be patient. He's telling him to read, recite, proclaim. The Prophet is asking him, what do I read, recite, proclaim? I'm unlearned. I don't read. Right, hold on, bear with me. I don't read. So what is it that you're wanting me to recite? You understand what I'm getting at?
He said, Mana biqari. That means I
hold on. Do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand what I just said? So he's asking him, what do you want me to ikra? What do you want me to say? Hold on. Hold on. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to recite? What do you want me to proclaim? He's not asking what do you want me to read, because obviously
do not read. He didn't say what do I need to read. He said 3 times, I cannot read. And he said,
right. Yes, exactly. I just addressed that. Now listen closely. Open your mind. Open your mind respectfully. But hold on, be patient, brother. I already addressed it. I already addressed it. The prophet is asking him, what do you want me to recite? What do you want me to proclaim? I don't read. I cannot read. Therefore, I don't know what you want me to say because I'm unlearned. I don't read. Okay. But guess what? It wasn't a requirement that he knew how to read, because it was embedded in his mind, the Quran, and on his heart. Okay. So if you understand what I'm trying to convey to you.
I'm going to take your point, what you're saying. I'm going to carry on from there. Okay. Great. This is your understanding, obviously. But
no, brother, listen. Hold on. That's not my understanding. That is the fact of the matter on the issue.
So we'll agree to disagree on that. I'll take your point there.
Okay. Well, listen. Hold on. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you this quick question. Where have you studied this issue at?
Where have I studied this issue?
Yes.
At the mosque.
You've studied at the mosque? Really?
Yes, with the sheikh. I've discussed it with the sheikh.
You studied at the mosque with the sheikh?
Yes.
Okay. And he told you something different than I told you?
But my brother.
Did he tell you something different than I told you?
Well, my brother, I think when you play this back,
I just asked you a question. Did he tell you something different than I told you?
Yes.
So he didn't tell you that the word ikra means read, recite, proclaim.
My brother, I've spoken to Arabic.
Hold on, because it's now you're walking into the field of lying. Okay?
Lying?
Because no sheikh, no imam, no one of knowledge is going to tell you anything different than what I just told you. Because the word ikra, listen, just Google the word ikra in Arabic. Right. And note what it says. To read, recite, proclaim. I'm not making this up.
I'm an Arab.
Okay, I don't care if you're an Arab. It doesn't matter if you're an Arab. Listen.
And it means recitation. It means read. Yes, brother. Listen. Look, I understand.
Listen.
I understand what the word ikra means, but that's not. Don't get hooked up on that one. I said I'm going to concede to what you're saying. I'm going to stop you.
No, I didn't hear you say that.
All right.
I didn't hear you say that.
We won't make this be a hurdle. So it says, read, recite in the name of your Lord. Whether it is recite, forget the word read. It's not even there. Recite in the name of your Lord. And the prophet says, I cannot recite. Recite in the name of your Lord. I cannot recite. Recite in the name of your Lord. I cannot recite. So at that moment, I'll have to ask. I asked, basically, as I said, spoke to the sheikh, spoke to the Jew, and spoke to the Muslim. And I said, at that particular time, when that revelation was being made at the cave Hira, here it is.
You spoke to the Jew about it?
Who had a book that we're reading from in the name of the Lord. The Quran wasn't present at that time. The only people that had a book could claim to have a book of revelation from God are the Christians and the Jews. So the first ones I went to was the Christian. I said, right, you've got a book. Could you tell me, you're reading that book, it's a revelation from God. What is the name of God? Then I went to the Jews. Exactly the same questions. You've been given a revelation from God, the word of God. What is the name of God? And in both cases, the Jews told me one thing and the Christian told me another thing. Then I went to the Muslim and I said, okay, what is being alluded here? Why didn't you just say, read in the name of your Lord Allah? Why is it left open-ended? So here it is. I'm asking you now, brother Bomber, is this. What is the name of the Lord?
So what's interesting is that you say that you're an Arab and, and so forth. That very well might be. But so the name of the Lord is Allah. And let me tell you why I say that. And it's clear cut. There's no question about it. Because Allah always existed. Allah existed in Mecca, was the main deity, as a matter of fact. Even when the polytheists were there and they were worshiping false gods and so forth, Allah was always the supreme God. Okay, so unlike the polytheists, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he did not worship any of those false deities of any name. He only worshiped Allah. All right, he only worshiped Allah. So I'm not sure that you are being. I think you might be either overthinking things, or you might, or you're not being honest. And I mean no offense to you by if you're just overthinking the things and you just truly don't understand, then there's no harm done. But I'm not trying to accuse you of being dishonest. But when I hear you talk this way and what you're angling towards, it tells me that if you're an Arab and you said you talked to the sheikh in the mosque and so forth, then you should know the basics in that. The word Allah is the name for our creator in the Arabic language. If you're an Arabic speaker, a native Arabic speaker, you should know what the word Allah means. And you should know that the Prophet, peace be upon him, being an Arab, he would know what Allah, who his Lord was. Remember, he was up there contemplating. He was already praying to Allah. And how he was praying, was he prostrating like we do now? No, because he hasn't been taught that by the angel Jibril as of yet. Okay, so as far as we know, we don't know how the Prophet was praying before that, but he was certainly going to the cave and contemplating and thinking, and and so forth. And so it's only logical that if our God, our Creator, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if he goes to the Prophet and he says, "Iqra bismi rabbaka alladhi khalaq," read in the name of your Lord. Obviously, he knows who his Lord is. His Lord is Allah.
Okay. So fine.
Okay.
So let's not go further than that one. The name is Allah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you say it's Allah, yes?
Yes.
In the Quran, could you give me a verse in the Quran where it emphatically and unequivocally states the word Allah designated as the proper noun name of God?
Yes, I already told you. The Allah Himself tells us in the Quran.
Yeah,
cool. Say. What does the word cool mean in the Arabic language? Say, right? So Allah says, cool. Cool Allahu Ahad. What does that mean?
Say God is one.
Yes. So God, but the word Allah is in there, right? Cool Allahu Ahad. Allahu As-Samad, right?
Say He is Allah, the one.
Yeah. Say He is Allah, the one, the eternal, the absolute.
Yeah. You see,
right?
my problem extends is not with the word Allah, but with the representation of the word Allah by various Muslims. For instance, when I say I spoke to the Sheikh, who's an Arab, there are some are not Arabs, but the one that I was directed to, amongst the many that are not Arabs, the one Arab that was there, we actually spoke about it, and he said there are two opinions as to this word, which is one says that it has a root origin of the word al-ilah. It's a conjugate of the term al and ilah.
Okay, no, that's
some
true.
say it is jamed. It's jamed. It has no root. It is Allah. It is in that form, emphatic form, since time immemorial. But the other one who says the word Allah is a conjugate, I mean, it is derived from the term al-ilah.
No, they're both correct. They're both correct. Yes, it is. It is Allah from time immemorial. No, remember the language. Language is for humans, right? You know how Allah communicated before that. We have no clue. But you know, the thing is, in the Arabic language, the word for God is Allah. And what the one brother said about the conjugate, yes, it is. It is ilah is God. Al is al-ilah, which means the God, right? I mean, surely you know this, being an Arabic speaker. So A-L-E-I-L. I mean, A-L is the, I-L-A-H is God, and they're put together, right, to form the word Allah. But inevitably, it's saying the God. And so, with that being said, yes, our God, our Creator, is from time immemorial, and He chose to reveal the Quran in the Arabic language. Now, it could have just as easily did it in the English language, but then what dilemma do we have? The word God in the English language, by example, and every other language for that matter, every other language has a plurality to the word God. It's not a distinct word, right? because it applies to so many different beings in the world. Not literally, but people make different things their gods, and they worship different beings and stones and statues and so forth as quote unquote gods. But the word Allah has no gender. It's not gender specific. It has no masculine. It's more masculine, I guess, because it's we refer to Allah as He, but our God, our Creator, has no gender. Allah is not like us, and that the verses that I just mentioned to you, to read in the name of your Lord who created, taught man by the eternal, the absolute. He taught man by the pen, taught man by the pen that which he did not know. And the words, the phrase, the eternal, the absolute, clarifies what the one person told you, and the one was correct in regards to the word, the conjugate of al and ilah, the God. So they're both correct.
I don't think you're aware, brother, that these two thoughts of schools are diametrically opposed to each other. One says Jamid, the other one says it's Mushtaq.
I don't know anything about that, but what they told you about the word Allah, that's accurate. Both of them were accurate.
So you reckon the word Allah is a conjugate of the term al-ilah?
Yes, I mean al in the Arabic language is the. Yeah. ILAH in Arabic language. I mean, it's, as far as in English, the pronunciation, the spelling is ILAH would be ilah. In Arabic, it's just ilah, right? So yes, so AL, the ILAH, God, Allah. So, I mean, it's hard to compare the English language with the Arabic, but inevitably that's what it's saying. Ilah is still God. It's still Allah. Ilah.
So you're saying the word Allah is derived, its root origin, etymological root origin is the term al-ilah.
I didn't say anything about the etymology. I can't go into that, but I'm telling you is that.
Can I introduce? What's the point? Hold on. I mean, this has been going on for a while now. Ahmed, what's the main point about the Allah that you want to make?
If we don't know what we're talking about, there's no point getting to the point here. I'm asking the question.
Why are you assuming that the prophet didn't know what he's talking about? And how is it you're assuming? How do we not know what we're talking about? We do.
I'm not talking about the prophet, please. Do not straw man me. I'm asking the question here is the word Allah Jamid or Mushtaq? As simple as that.
That was your original question?
It's going to be both.
That was the original question?
Simple as that. You just now asked that question. You didn't.
Brother, this is being recorded.
And? I know it. I'm the one recording it. It's my show. Before. I know it.
I've asked this question before, brother.
You just now asked it now, and you've been on for about 20 minutes.
You can say that. It's been recorded. I've asked it before. So please, I've asked this question before. If you haven't heard it, that's because you've been listening.
Okay. So
no, you just asked it.
I'm asking it now. I'm asking
brother CL, did you hear him ask the question
he was talking about the reading for like 15 minutes, and then he went into about the prophet couldn't read, and then
brothers, answer the question. Is the word Allah Jamid or Mushtaq? It's a simple question.
Allahu A'lam.
Allahu A'lam. There is no point to talk to you guys. That's it. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay.
If you don't know if it's Jamid or Mushtaq, then there's nothing here to talk about.
Define those words in the Arabic, because I'm not totally sure if I understand what you're saying here.
Oh, so you don't know what a Jamid is or what a Mushtaq is?
Okay, well, explain it to me. I want to know if you know what it is. Explain it to me.
I'm asking the question.
Well, just explain it to me.
You've been straw manning me all the while.
No, I'm just asking you to explain it to me.
Ahmed, what's the? Can you get down to the main point? What?
You're still asking about the point, and you said Allahu A'lam. You don't know, brother.
There are two opinions. You said that there are two opinions, right?
What does those words mean? Please give us the full explanation of it. You didn't know what the word ikra meant, so how do I know?
Agree with Fander. I think Ahmed is a troll.
Joking, man?
He's been talking for the last half an hour.
You don't know what the word ikra means, so how do I know that you know what those words mean? Please explain what those words mean. Listen.
Thank you very much indeed.
Listen. Okay, well, great, but listen. Explain what those words mean. This is simple. I'm not sure. This is not pinning you down in a corner or anything. Okay, just explain what those words mean. That way we can have a better understanding.
I'll explain it again. The word Jamid means that it is not derived from any other word. The word Allah is the word Allah. It's not derived from any other term. Okay? So it is Allah from the beginning. Now, the word Mushtaq, yes, means it's derived from another word, from another term. And the actual two opinions here is that it's mushtaq from the conjugate of al and ilah.
You're talking about words. You're not talking. What are you trying to imply here? I don't even understand what angle you're trying to make here, because you're just talking about vocabulary. Are you caught up in the vocabulary of the word?
You just asked me what this jamid means and what mushtaq is. I'm trying to
no. Listen, right. I want to understand, because I'm trying to understand what you are talking about, to be quite honest. Now, slow down for a second. I'm trying to understand what point are you trying to make? Are you caught up on the word itself, the actual word? Are you trying to imply that Allah is something that you don't understand the concept of what the word means? I'm totally confused and bamboozled by what you're trying to say here. I don't know what you're trying to say. Maybe Brother Abu Yazid does, because I have no clue what point you're trying to make. Is your problem with the vocabulary, meaning the word itself? Is that what your problem is? That's far-fetched.
Brother, I don't have
go to school and find out what it means. I don't know what to tell you. You're an Arabic speaker, but you're concerned about what the word.
You asked me from a point of ignorance. What is the meaning of?
No, I didn't tell you I was ignorant. I'm trying to test and see what you know.
Oh, okay. Have I explained it correctly,
brother? Just answer me this: is your problem with the word itself, or are you questioning who Allah is? Which one?
I'm questioning,
because I don't know.
I'm questioning the people who actually say.
I'm asking you. Forget about the people. I'm asking you: is your problem with the word?
My problem is
or
you.
With who the creator, who the being is?
You. My problem is you. You not knowing whether the word Allah, jamid or mushtaq. You are defining the word Allah, and you don't know.
Okay, Ahmed. Which opinion do you go with?
Yeah. Which one?
I'm asking you, the da'is who should know, because the opinion here, every time I speak to a Muslim,
what difference would it make?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, Ahmed. Okay, what
you're
would be
asking a question that has no significance to it.
What would be the implications of either opinion in your?
The implication is that, as I said, I started with the revelation, reading the name of your Lord, identifying the name of the Lord. If in Islam we say the word is Allah, and then we are to call the people of the book to come and worship none but Allah, and we don't know to define the word Allah, that's the implication. They're going to say, well, hold on a minute. Before you can come and tell us.
Okay, well, the verses that I just told you define the word Allah. Read it. And so I told you, Surah Ikhlas, right? It says to say, hold on. It says to say, hold on, listen.
First of all, hold on. Hey, Kenny, hold on. Ahmed, are you Muslim?
I said I'm a seeker of the truth, and I'm coming.
So you're not
Muslim.
Muslim.
Yeah.
So you're not Muslim.
I'm a seeker.
Are you Christian?
No, you're a troll, is what it is.
Are you Christian?
Let's be honest.
Ahmed, are you Christian?
You're straw manning me. No, I'm not a Christian.
You're not a Christian. Are you any religion? Are you any religion?
I said I'm born into Islam, but I'm seeking the truth. So I'm entering, and I'm actually studying to whether I continue in the faith.
And so,
of my forefathers
so the thing that's stopping you from entering Islam is about this issue about the word Allah.
Listen, this is the first thing. The first thing anybody should know is.
I'm asking you a specific question. The thing that's stopping you from entering Islam is this issue about Allah.
Yes, that's right. The thing
why? Why is that stopping you from entering Islam?
Are we going in a full circle here? Because
no, I mean I'm trying to understand you. Why is that stopping you from entering Islam?
Well, as I said, the first commandment, the first revelation of the Quran in Islam is to read the name of your Lord, and I need to ascertain what is the name of the Lord, because as I said,
Allah.
If you are given a book,
unbelievable. This
guy the name is Allah.
It's hard to reason what's unreasonable.
Brother Kenny, could you please stop heckling? I'm talking to Abu Yazid.
Hey, let me tell you something.
So you know the name. You know the name now. The name is Allah. So now what's stopping you from entering it? So what's stopping you from entering Islam now?
We've already defined the word Allah. Allah himself defines the word Allah.
Abu Yazid, I'm going to ask you, is the word Allah jamid or mushtaq in your opinion?
I say Allahu A'lam.
And there lays the problem here.
Why is that a problem?
The problem, we have a word here that you don't know, but some other Muslim scholars are saying that the word is, some say it's jamid, others say
okay,
it's
why does
mushtaq.
that matter?
Why does it matter? That just goes to show that we really don't know what we're talking about.
We don't know what we're
worshiping
talking
the
about.
creator.
Hold on. We don't know what we're talking about, the origin of a word.
We don't know to define the word Allah, whether it has a root, etymological root origin.
So do you worship the word Allah, or do you worship the supreme being who's called Allah?
Sorry?
Are you worshiping a word, like some letters on a piece of paper, or are you
My
worshiping
brother-
the creator of the universe?
My brother, I'm not. It's not a question whether I'm worshiping the word or I'm worshiping the being. I'm trying to find out.
But I'm asking you a question.
What,
Do you believe in God? Do you believe in the creator? Do you believe in Allah? Do you believe in the creator of the universe?
Well, I do believe in a creator. So therefore, here
Okay.
it is what
Okay, so you believe in the creator. So regardless of whether the name is derived from two different words or whether it has no, is not derived from two different words, what does that have to do with the creator?
It has to do with his revelation and understanding of his word.
Okay, well, let's look at it from this angle.
So if I go,
you're limiting your.
Ahmed, I really think.
Hold on, just one second.
I think the shaitan is playing with you.
Hold on one second.
I think the
You're
shaitan is
limiting the issue to just
my brother,
one,
if you see
one word. Hold on. Shut up and just shut up, or you're gonna just go on, get out of here. Look, he's still backstage.
I think the shaitan is playing with him.
Hold on. So he's limiting the issue to the word Allah. But okay, well, you have a problem with the word Allah? Okay, let's go with Ar-Rahman. We're worshiping Ar-Rahman. We're worshiping Al-Wadud. I mean, Al-Rahim. Which, take your pick. We're worshiping the creator. So you came here with an agenda, but let me tell you something, Mr. Agenda. Okay, you came here with an agenda to try to mock or whatever you're trying to achieve, but you're only throwing it back on yourself. You're making a fool of yourself.
I think the guy at first, what I thought when he first said it, I thought he was going to start talking about Yahweh.
I did too.
Yahweh but he didn't. So I think maybe he is really confused.
Well, if he's really confused, may Allah forgive me. But listen, if Allah doesn't change the condition of a people until they change. I hope he didn't waste.
I hope he didn't waste all that time.
Yeah.
Just to start arguing about God's name being.
It's so far fetched. We're talking about the creator, so I don't know what the big issue about the etymology of the word Allah. What does that matter? That matters not. That doesn't matter. The question you're asking about is it this or that? It doesn't matter. We're talking about the creator, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. We're talking about God, the creator. That's who we're talking about. Allah defines the word Allah by telling us that Allah is the one, the eternal, the absolute, the one who begets not, and nor is he begotten. And the one that
maybe
no one compares to.
Maybe he is a Christian masquerading as a Muslim. Maybe that was Christian Taqiyyah.
No, these people, man.
Allahu A'lam. Maybe that's. I don't understand why that would stop you. If you don't want to believe in Islam, then don't believe in Islam. Brother, if you do want to to believe in Islam, then believe in Islam. But do you believe in God? That should be the linchpin.
It is not your Islam to welcome me into it or not, to kick me in or out. It is not yours.
Nobody's saying
watch
that.
This. I can kick you in and out. What's this? I mean, I can't kick you out of Islam. That you can kick yourself out of Islam because of your stubbornness and you're being you close. Your mind is closed. So we're trying to be patient with you early. But you're just
is there anybody else? I think we spent enough time with him. Yeah. I mean, is there anybody else?
No, there's no one else back there.
Okay.
So Ahmed, let me ask you just one question.
Yeah,
do you believe in the creator?
I do believe in the creator.
Okay, let me give you a word from a phrase from Shakespeare. Okay.
Shakespeare?
Yes, just bear with me for a second. Okay, it's from the play Romeo and Juliet. And he says, what's in a name? A rose by any other name would smell as sweet. So let it be with Juliet. All right. So basically, inevitably, he's saying, what does it matter what you call this one that you love? If you don't know the story of Romeo and Juliet, then I'll just have to explain it to you. What's within a name? What does it matter?
I know Romeo and Juliet.
All right. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Okay, so what does it matter what the name is if you know who you're worshiping? And that's why I told you in the beginning that the prophet, peace be upon him, certainly knew who he was worshiping. And when I read, when I accepted Islam almost 34, 35 years ago, whatever it's been, and I'm reading the word God in the English, when I was reading the English translation, right? I knew who I was talking about. I was talking about the Creator. In my mind, when I say God, I'm thinking the Creator, right? It doesn't matter if I'm saying God or Allah. I know I'm worshiping the Creator. So if you're making a big issue about the name Allah, it shows a either you have an evil intention and you're not being sincere, you're being dishonest about why you're actually coming here, or you've closed yourself off to guidance, because Allah knows best. But it seems to me, based on what I've heard you say, that you're being very petty about something that's not even an issue. You're making an issue out of something that is so insignificant in the big scheme. It doesn't matter. Allah has 99 beautiful names. Don't you know that?
Yes.
You're making an issue out of the word Allah. Allah is the encompassing word. Allah is the encompassing word. But we can just as easy, hold on. We can just as easily say any of the names and we're still referring to Allah. You understand that?
I understand.
So you're making an issue where there's not an issue. The only issue is within yourself, in your own mind. You can come and say, I spoke to this person and that person and that person. I don't doubt that they tried to explain it to you the best that they could, and you were still unable to grasp it because it seems like it's a self-imposed rejection. You're doing that to yourself. So, but what does Allah say in the Quran? Hold on. What does Allah say to the Quran? He says, as for those who disbelieve, it doesn't matter if you warn them or do not warn them, they will not believe. Allah has set a seal over their hearts and over their hearing, and over their eyes is a veil. But woe to them for the penalty that they bring upon themselves, because no one's going to force you to understand. Allah says in the Quran that He does not change the condition of a people until they change the condition within themselves. So you have to choose to be able to open your mind and your heart and say, oh, Allah, guide me to the straight path. Guide me to the truth. You said you're looking for the truth. Well, slow down and stop being petty and actually accept the understanding and the guidance. I think what happened was that you initially came here with one agenda, and when it got dissolved by what was stated, then you try to start making an issue about another problem. Because initially you're talking about the word Iqra, and then you suddenly started talking about the word Allah. Okay? When the word Iqra didn't work out for you. When we explained to you, if you're an Arabic speaker, that it has three meanings that complement one another. They don't contradict. And then suddenly you jump from Iqra to the word Allah. So that tells me that you're one has a deviant heart and mind, and that you're not here under good intentions. And Allah knows best.
And Allah knows best. You're right, my brother. Yeah. You keep going on about deviant, devil, evil, Christian, Taqiyyah, and all that stuff.
Oh, here we go. So now you're opening up about your true character. Go ahead.
You keep going.
What's your problem?
Into a conversation which is primarily defining the name of God. It says, and I'll tell you why it's important. It's important because the first revelation of the Quran says, commands you to read in the name of your Lord. Now, if you are reading in the name of Krishna, God, Jesus, or any other name, that's not the name of the Lord. I don't care what is in your mind. If you're verbally sounding out these words, and you say, well, God, Krishna, the Krishna, Hare Krishna, well, God knows who I'm talking about. When I say Hare Krishna, I'm talking about the Creator. Rubbish. He says,
no, really? Yeah, okay, so think about what you just said. So you said, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. No, listen, just shut up. Just shut up. Just look. You just made an absolutely absurd comment, or presented it in the form of a question. You said, however you worded it, you said to assume that God knows who you're talking about, as if He doesn't. That's far-fetched. Are you telling us through however you worded it, you're trying to tell me and everyone who's listening that our God, our Creator, who says in the Quran that He's closer to us than our own jugular vein, that He knows all that we reveal and all that we conceal, that He doesn't know who we're praying to Of course he does. Which is why the revelation of the Quran had to come to begin with, because people are worshiping false gods and so forth. And so what does Allah say? No. Come and say that Allah is the one and only God. The creator is the one and only creator. Right? He begets not, nor is he begotten. That disqualifies Jesus, peace be upon him, and every other human being. Krishna, Buddha, it doesn't matter. He begets not, nor is he begotten. So Allah is defining himself for us so that the human mind that has the capacity for logic and reason, or to implore it, can understand. But they have to have a willingness to understand. Okay, so what you're doing is what Allah says that's going to happen in Surah Al-Imran, chapter 3, verse 7. It says that there's some verses of the Quran I'm summarizing that are the foundation of the book. And there's others which are allegorical. And those who have dissension in their heart, have evil plots and plans, they seek out those that that are allegorical and trying to explain them and trying to mock Allah and the believers. But what does Allah say? That they only turn that mockery, they're turning that mockery upon themselves, but they don't perceive it. They don't realize it. Okay. So that's what you're doing. You're taking these verses, Iqra bismi rabbaka alladhi khalaq, and trying to imply that the Prophet, peace be upon him, he must not have known who he was supposed to be reciting in the name of. And when he went down and he told Khadijah, cover me, and he explained to her the story, she knew that he wasn't worshiping any of these false deities of around the Kaaba. You know why? Because he never did it. So who was he worshiping? Allah, the unseen, not those stones and statues that people are saying are deities and gods that are false deities. No, he's worshiping Allah, the unseen. What's Allah say in the Quran? Dhalik al-kitab Allah rayba fi, right? It's going on to say, this is the book of which there is no doubt. For those who are mindful of Allah, for those who believe in the unseen. Right? So did the Prophet believe in the unseen? Well, sure he did. And then when the angel Jibril came to him, he was startled because now he's seeing an angelic figure and he's shocked by it. And he's saying, proclaim, Iqra what? Iqra what? I don't know how it would be phrased in the Arabic, but he's saying, I don't read. I don't know what to say. Tell me what do I say? What do I proclaim? I'm unlearned. So what do I read? What do I proclaim? Right? And you're making a big deal out of it as though the Prophet, peace be upon him, was clueless about who he was worshiping. And then when we read the words, Iqra bismi rabbaka alladhi khalaq, we could read it in English and we still know who we're worshiping. You're worshiping the Creator, you're worshiping something else. I mean, think about what you're saying. Or have you thought about what you're saying and came with an agenda and came with a plan? Well, certainly Allah knows best. But if you're truly seeking knowledge and you're truly trying to be guided, then, you have to be willing to slow down and stop trying to define these things and try to explain these things from a limited knowledge. That's why I asked you initially, where did you study this from? Where did you learn about Islam from? Was you born a Muslim? No, you weren't. Well, everyone's born a Muslim inevitably. But have you spent the course, gone through the course of your life actually seeking knowledge about these things? Because if you sought knowledge about these things, you'd be a Muslim without question. There'd be no doubt about it if you seek knowledge about these issues. But if you're one with an agenda and you're looking for a reason to reject, then you're going to come and you're going to present nonsense like you did today. Because this is simple. I don't know. You're making an issue about something that is just utter nonsense, complete and utter nonsense. And, may Allah forgive me if, in fact, you are being honest and you're just really confused, but that's not what I think. And if I'm wrong, may Allah forgive me, but surely Allah knows best. And been around the block a couple of times. I've had a few of these discussions before, and I don't think you're being sincere. I don't think you're being genuine. I just do not. You can't jump from the word ikra to the word suddenly to the word Allah. You had a problem with the word ikra first. Now you have a problem with the word Allah, and you're an Arabic speaker. Man, get out of here with that. I'm, a Texan in the United States. I got to teach you about the word ikra, and teach you about the word Allah. You should know what the word Allah means. Christian Arabs know what the word Allah means. It means the Creator. Now their idea of what the Creator is, that's a different story. But they're still referring to the Creator. They still believe the Creator. But you're an Arabic speaker. You come on. It sounds like you're probably a troll, is what it sounds like to me. And may Allah hold you accountable. He certainly will bring justice to the situation for you wasting people's time and most inevitably wasting your time. What does Allah say in the Quran? In Surah Asr? Wal Asr. In al-insana lafil khusr. إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. Surely, by the gift of time, mankind is in loss, except for those who have faith and do good righteous deeds and who guide one another to truth and patience. You're sitting here wasting your time on nonsense. Go find something positive to do. If you really want to know about Islam, come with an open mind, right? Don't come and try to, I don't know what you're trying to achieve, what you think you're achieving. You're not achieving anything. You're wasting your valuable time melting away like ice. You're just throwing it away. May Allah save us from the whisperings of the shaitan.
No.
He's still stage. I don't know if we want to bring him back on or not, but
no. We've had enough of that guy. Maybe he'll think about what he's heard tonight, and maybe he'll reconsider that is not a reason to be on the fence about what it is you believe. You should make up your mind about what it is you believe. That right there shouldn't be the thing that's keeping you in suspense about what it is you believe,
especially if you're an Arabic speaker. You make it. I mean, come on. It doesn't make sense. We know that Christian Arabs say Allah, and we got to explain to you Allah. Really? Come on, man. We got to give you a lesson in Arabic. I'm not a native Arabic speaker. I don't know any more Arabic than I do in the only the verses of the Quran that I recite. I can't tell you the etymology of these words.
And also, the etymology, the etymology of the word doesn't change what the word means.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So whether it's come from a contraction of al and ilah, or if it doesn't change the fact that it means Allah. It means the Creator of the universe.
Yeah,
either way, it means the same thing. So either A, you're being caught up in your thoughts. Your thoughts are running away with you.
It's like making the issue out of saying Al-Rahman. Well, Al-Rahman, the most gracious, the merciful, the compassionate, right? Al-Rahman Ar-Rahim, right? It's so you're saying Al-Allah. So it's far-fetched. You're telling me you speak Arabic and you don't know the word Allah? You're making an issue of Ikra? Man, get out of here, man. It's far-fetched.
Yeah.
What did Basil say? And I tried to explain that earlier, right? Allah is a word that was used before what's perceived as the religion of Islam. Islam is a way of life, so Islam has always been here from the Adam alayhi salatu wasalam. But before the Prophet began receiving revelation, Allah always existed. The Arabic people were always saying Allah, referring to the Creator. Simple.
But we had all these people. Only one person actually addressed the presentation. JK.
AK Manning.
Yeah, and I think I would hope J.K. sees that, his defense of Paul was really off base. You're playing semantics, at that point with that type of defense.
Yeah.
If you're if you tell people you are Muslim and you're not Muslim, and your intent, it doesn't matter if you think you're doing it to help them. If your intention is to deceive people to make them not know that you're really not Muslim, then that's deception. It's pretty simple. And the biblical record about Paul shows that he's deceptive. There's no way you can clean that up. One minute he says one thing, the next minute he does the opposite of what he says. That's what deception means. That's what contradiction means.
And I tried to explain it earlier just briefly when saying, if someone infiltrates your group, and then somewhere along the way, what's their intention? Are they trying to disrupt the group? Because it doesn't make sense for someone to join your group and befriend you and gain your trust, and then suddenly they tell you, I'm not really who I say I am. It's not real. I've been telling you that I'm this and I'm that, and I believe this particular thing. And what is that person going to say then? Are they going to join you and your belief system?
Most likely, but with this insider movement, you're not going to get to that stage until till the person is pretty much out of Islam. So I befriend you, and I get you to doubt Islam to the point where you really don't, you don't even know if you're Muslim or not. If you still want to be Muslim, then I reveal, well, guess what? I'm not really Muslim. I'm Christian. And I'm here to save you.
Let's say the thing is, a real Muslim, the mu'min, the true believers would notice a person in their character. If they start doing things we all make mistakes. So, but consistently, the consistency of a man defines who he is. And
exactly,
if such a person infiltrated a group, eventually, no two ways about it, eventually they're going to expose themselves, because especially as far as Islam goes, because the hypocrites can go through the motion, but when they start opening their mouths, when certain scenarios happen, the way they respond as a Muslim, you have a certain ways that you respond to things, and sometimes we don't respond properly, but nevertheless, eventually that individual is going to expose themselves, and so I don't know what they would think they would be able to achieve, and because I don't know about you, but if someone comes along and they're telling me, by example, hey, I'm your long lost brother, and I'm saying, oh, really? You're okay? Well, and they give me all the answers that make it sound like they're my long lost brother, but somewhere along the line they say, hey, Kenny, remember when I told you I was your long lost brother? I was lying. I'm really not related to you at all. I came here to try to get you to join this other family. So what am I going to say? What? So what? Am I going to trust that person and now go follow that person? Now, not a true believer wouldn't. A person with logic and reason, a person who is sincere about their faith, they're not going to let some imposter come, because they're going to be able to pick up on the traits of the characteristics and the character traits of that imposter eventually. And
there's there are two hadith. One hadith from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, narrated from Abu Huraira, said that the signs of a munafiq are three. Whenever he speaks, he tells a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever he promises, he always breaks it. And if you trust him, he proves to be dishonest.
Yeah. Inevitably, someone joining the ranks of the Muslims, he's coming and saying, now I use the analogy of someone coming saying, I'm your long lost brother. But what are they doing? If they're coming and they're joining the ranks of the Muslims, so-called, right? They're telling all the Muslims that I'm your brother. because, you know, Islam creates a natural bond, a brotherhood. Now, you know, that's what it's supposed to do. If you're the mu'min, the true believers, it doesn't matter where the person's from. You see all Muslims, in, you know, as your brothers and sisters, right? So inevitably, a person coming and doing that is coming and saying, "I'm your brother," and if they don't have the quality traits, not that any of us are perfect, but as the hadith revealed, eventually they're gonna expose themselves, because they can't. The liar, if you come in with that intention, you come in to lie as an imposter, then you're going to eventually prove yourself to be an imposter, because inevitably you are an imposter to yourself, but you don't realize it. You're damaging yourself. You don't realize it. You're trying to join a community to try to disrupt that community, and really you're setting yourself up for failure. And it may be in this life, it may be in the next life, it may be in both, but the failure is coming. You can't escape it. The justice of Allah is unescapable. And just like this guy coming in, you know, I don't think he gave his true intentions. I think that's what I believe. I don't think he had any sincerity to him at all, as a matter of fact.
SubhanAllah, and that was the whole point of the whole entire show. Is people, you know, masking their true intentions, trying to manipulate, using lies and deceit, using stratagem in this way to gain religious points, to get people to convert to their religion. Whether it's that person is a professional missionary, they're getting paid by a missionary society, or they're online collecting donations, or whatever it is they're doing, that, you know, if they can get someone to turn from their faith, they know that they can publicize that, and that gets them more reward and more money, you know. So they make merchandise of people, and that's what it is. It's you're acting like the devil in the name of God.
Yeah.
When it boils down to it, you know.
Yeah.
But you're no different than the people you claim to criticize.
Yeah.
You are doing what they do. You know, all the accusations you hurl at other people, you do those things. And you do them like no one else.
That's right. So, you know, I just shocked by some people. I mean, man. Yeah. So I don't know, brother. He's still back there. I don't know if he's, you know, we can move on and just close out the show, or.
Yeah, I think we got to close it out. It's almost 11:30.
Okay. All right, brother.
Here.
It's been 3 hours and 57 minutes. So brother, may Allah bless you for your efforts and your intentions in trying to, you know, break down that information. Obviously, we're not trying to attack Christianity. We're trying to attack the falsehood that people use. And we're not saying that all Christians are false, and we're not attacking the religion itself. But the tactics used by some people are deceptive, and, you know, it's just like the brother Basil just said in the chat a second ago, that Allah does not allow us to manipulate people, even for the sake of the truth. We have to speak the truth. How can you get them to believe in Islam if you're being dishonest at any phase of the game, you know? So. All right, brother. So we'll get out of here. So everyone, thank you for watching. Make sure you hit subscribe, like, and share. Be sure to tune in to my debate coming this Saturday, inshallah, with atheist Tom Jump at 10 a.m. It will be live and in person in Dallas, Texas. It's going to be live and in person. It'll be at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, but it'll also be broadcast on the YouTube channel Modern Day Debate. And then later that day at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, I'll be debating David Wood. And so be on the lookout for that. Make sure you hit subscribe, like, and share. Subscribe to Brother C.L. Edwards, Abi Yazid, his YouTube channel, C.L. Edwards, and all the other channels associated with this Consider This TV network. I do bear witness there's no God other than Allah. And it doesn't matter what name you want to use out of the 99 beautiful names and the encompassing name of Allah. Allah is the one and only God. He begets not, nor is he begotten. And Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is his final servant and the seal of all prophets. So, brother, thank you for being here once again. Thank you to the moderators, everyone in the chat. Check out my book, Consider Islam, Disproving the Patriots of Propaganda, the second edition. You can get it, the white cover, on Amazon. If you're a member of the book club, the book launch team, make sure you try to use leave a review there when you can. And also go to Goodreads. Look me up on Goodreads and leave a review there if you can, inshallah. So we'll leave it at that, brother. And may Allah bless and protect everyone who's watching and have mercy on each and every one of us on the day of judgment. Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, rabbil alameen.